Boogly boogly.
Oogly boogly.
The cow goes, whoo!
Merp.
Hi, everybody. Give me one moment, because I have something I need to click on.
Well, nice that you just could listen to them on Discord first and then pick one.
Yeah, I'll just do this for now. But yes, hello everyone. Welcome back to more Blackheart Paradox. Been a bit. So give me a moment. Last time, the party mostly had a bunch of RP stuff that happened. Actually, it was all RP stuff, thank God. Didn't have any combat planned anyway. Unless they fought each other.
Don't tempt me.
Still wasn't planned if they did. It was because I hope Seraphina was smart enough to not attack Riley.
She's not gonna attack anybody.
Good, because he's almost 3 times your level. No, he's almost twice your level, sorry.
It's fine. No, she didn't have to attack anybody.
This time.
Not yet.
But yeah, just a bunch of RP. There were mild threats thrown around. Just mild ones. Sorry, see my breath. But yeah. Otherwise, everything went fine last time. There was drinking. There was depression. Background, there was depression. There was conversation near animals. And there was a conversation on deck. And below deck.
Yeah.
And near the animals. Yeah. Never you mind about those conversations.
Get mentioned when he finds out more information.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah. So that's where we pick up. Who wants to start off? If anybody wants to do anything.
Because this is after the drunk night, right?
Everybody's
sober and everything. Okay. Yeah, Leo's probably just gonna be back and forth. He's probably taking care of the animals right now, but he's probably gonna eventually end up back in his room to finish his thing, which I think is just about done anyways.
And actually, I need to...
Danika set her status to do not disturb.
Oh dear lord.
I don't know why I picture status do not disturb sign actually on the door.
Not with Danika.
We need to like install a red light that turns on.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
I usually is recording.
Not in this kind of world.
Do not disturb light, but we're out of bulbs. What do you mean you prepped for a week? It's been on non-stop for 2 days.
Yeah, so Leo's taking care of the animals at the moment. What you doing up on deck, Nate? Which is where you actually woke up this morning.
I mean, that's not unexpected. He's been sleeping up there every night.
No, that's fair. Let me rephrase. You wake up face down with a pool of saliva directly at your face.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, he'd probably
After
just
you
go
kind
up
of
to...
passed out.
He'd probably just go up to the crow's nest and, like, keep an eye on everything.
There's technically a railing now.
Yeah.
I just haven't edited the photo yet.
You know, while you were up there and starting climbing up, you would have seen, the usual suspects on the deck, yeah. You've all seen Riley up there working on things. Looks like he's helping Karen board up some spots as far as from that dragon attack. You can do anything else other than just climb up in. Actually, roll me a perception check since you climbed up the crow's nest.
Okay. I'm gonna hope this isn't for anything important.
Ah, not too important.
Especially because it's Nate and he got a 1.
Damn it.
Which is actually a 2. Because of his massive perception bonus.
That is massive. Only thing that would have been more massive, it was just a 0. It's even more massive. But no, let's not worry about that right now.
I'm worried. I'm worried about that right now.
You worry about the. But yeah. So we go from there. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Seraphina,
Hi.
what are you doing?
She's working on her thing. She's got to get it done.
Okay.
She is hyper fixated, especially after this morning.
Yeah, true. A lot of good conversation happened. Danika,
Hey,
what are you up to in your little chamber of somber?
Sitting in her bed and staring at various items which may or may not include a wall.
Mm. He thinks not a lot's gonna go on today unless something specific happens.
Oh, good.
Put him back in here. Finish his project.
About 30 minutes passes. After you go back to the room, Leo.
Oh god.
You hear from above deck. Captain, you didn't say we were getting near land.
What? Your perception was so shit you didn't see the land.
Well, yeah, he did get a 1. That makes sense.
I mean,
You got a 2.
we're still a few hours out, but the city is up ahead.
Nate's up there daydreaming.
Well, looks like our respite at sea is almost over. He'll go down. And... yeah, I'm trying to think of who he would want to tell first.
Leo's just snickering in his room listening to this.
Well, put it to you
The
this
yelling.
way. Put it to you this way, Nate. You don't have to tell anybody on deck.
I mean, yeah, that's true. They already, yeah.
Because that would have been Karen who yelled at.
Oh, oops, wrong stairs. Everyone down here is in their rooms. he'd probably just...
You go to steps
Wait.
forward, Cal's just staring at you from around the corner.
That's fine. He'll just wait. When people get up, he'll let them know that we're almost where we're going. Everybody on deck knows, so it should be fine.
Little does he know they're all actually up.
I don't.
Little does he know.
I think Leo's project is probably pretty quick unless Danika comes out for any reason.
Not until disturbed.
Fair. He's technically been working on it for a while by this point, I imagine. So he's
Oh, yeah,
probably almost
'cause
done.
Yeah, because he worked on it a bit this morning.
Worked on it
went-
yesterday.
Yeah,
Before they joined stuff, yeah. He
yeah.
worked on it once before that as well.
Oh.
So yeah, he'd probably eventually come out. He still kidnapped the fucking hamster because he hasn't talked to Riley since he took it. Oh, I'm there.
Good morning. If you haven't heard, we are apparently getting close to land.
Oh, I heard.
Well, at least everyone's on the same page.
Well, I know that one is up, and I point to like Seraphina's room. Not sure about the other one.
Suppose we could let Seraphina know, but... I suppose everyone will know. I mean, we'll be there soon enough. But they might want to make ready or something. So,
Yeah.
he'll go and knock on Seraphina's door.
Who is it?
It's the captain!
Hang on a second.
What are you doing in there?
Danika?
Nothing? Just tucks stuff under her pillow, goes peeks through the door. Yes, Captain.
Why do you sound like you're lying?
I'm not.
Hmm.
Nothing's
Just gonna
exploding, so I'm not doing anything.
I trust things will continue not to explode.
Nothing is going to explode.
She's just doing
Well-
projects.
If you are going to blow anything up, you gotta make it quick, because we're almost at land, if you haven't heard.
Like.
Do me a favor, keep him out because it did. I'm just. Do you need me for anything?
Why do I have to... What are you doing?
Thing! Don't worry about it.
You need me to keep Leo out of your room so he doesn't interfere with all of the nothing that you're doing?
Yes!
You're breaking a Seraphina rule.
Hold up, is anyone
And
else
I know
doing
you
anything,
are.
Or is it just me?
You could probably
What?
hear Leo, like,
Okay, never mind.
laughing and stuff.
And I know you are
Ignore
because you're
me.
acting suspicious.
I don't know.
That's a good command.
Yeah, it's doing Spectrum, man. It's doing Spectrum things.
Spectrum, quit it!
Yeah.
It's the worst.
Yeah, because it's like up, down, hello.
I was getting from the weather like 2-second power outs a few days ago. So the router just kept getting
reset.
like turned on and
yeah.
off over and over again. And after like the 5th time, it just straight up like broke where everything was connected to it and said it could access the internet, but there was no internet.
Okay, you weren't the only one in that problem because I was reading one of the discords and there were people asking like, how do I fix this? So that it might have been a specific service issue.
I'm sure it's like a router thing that can happen, but it was just really bizarre because it turned on and off again like 4 times prior and was fine.
Oh,
And then for some reason the
jeez.
5th time, it's just like, nope. And the solution was turning it on and off again. Again, for a 6th time. So.
I'm just waiting for the dropped frames to go back down a bit, but it is back connected.
I see. Hear some thumpies before the door opens. She peeks out. What?
We're gonna be hitting land in a couple hours. In case you wanted to get ready or anything.
Okay, I'll just pack all of the nothing that isn't already in my bags. Door closes. Step,
I
step,
thought
step,
I
step.
was the angsty teenager. He just walks away. No. I'm gonna sit with you, Nate. So one is moody. The other one's doing things.
I'll probably be fine.
Radius.
Oh, it's fine. She says it's something for me, and she won't tell me what it is.
That makes me moderately less worried that it's going to explode, so.
I hope it doesn't explode. I hope she tests it before I touch it.
I think the main problem would be if it blew up, it would sink the boat, but yes.
Nah, we'll be fine. I'm sure we could swim to shore. It's only a couple hours away, right?
Uh-huh. Our last trip in the water went so well.
I think it went perfectly fine. As long as we don't think about it, at least.
You can say that about a lot of things. If the remainder of the trip is quiet, I won't have any complaints.
Yeah. Don't
It's
jinx
just
it
nice
by
that we got
saying
here in
that.
one piece.
Uh,
I mean, I don't really think it can get much worse than some of the things that have already happened, but I suppose we'll see.
mm. Well, I've got some things to take care of in town, so figured we could probably stay for the festival tomorrow.
That sounds like a great idea. Just have to think of something for me and Danika to get up to.
Good luck with that.
I don't know. Do you have any ideas? You two have spent some time together.
Well, she did like. I think she liked when I sat down and read her a book. Had her try a few things. But it's hard to tell with her.
That it is. I'm not too worried.
I think she liked the ice cream.
Well, who doesn't like ice cream?
Sure.
Well, if I can't find any books, I'll get her ice cream.
Well, I'm sure there's going to be a lot of places open with all kinds of things she can try.
Hopefully. At least for now, we don't have to worry about anything beyond a festival. It's a nice change of pace.
Again, don't jinx it. I am going to try to talk to my grandfather after all.
Have you thought about what precisely you're going to ask him?
Not 100%, but so we'll see how it goes. Trying to figure out how to approach it is the hard part.
Well, I can't recommend that you improvise.
Oh no, it won't necessarily be improvising, it'll be more seeing what I can get out of him.
That sounds like improvising. You should probably talk to Seraphina about it. She would give you better advice than I can.
Well, when you're interrogating someone, you don't exactly have time to just think about what you're going to say.
Which is why you should think about what you're going to say before you interrogate him.
I already have an idea.
Just make sure you don't end up being interrogated. Or just on the back foot in general. He's not exactly an ordinary man.
Hmm.
Which is why I think a plan is probably in order.
Yeah, worst case, I'll just leave.
You say it like it's that simple.
It can be.
Is it, though? Wasn't last time.
Well, last time he interfered before I had a chance to try my hand at convincing and being
Which
an
is
asshole.
precisely the problem. Is that this is the man that we're dealing with. Can't afford to make assumptions that it's going to be easy to just leave or to do this or that.
I'm sure it'll be fine. As long as I don't end up in jail or dead, I think it would go well.
Well, I think if your grandfather wanted you in jail or dead with any immediacy, our situation would probably be worse at the moment, so you might be right.
Would you rather confront him here, me confront him here, or while we're in the city he runs?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
I think I'd rather do
Another
it
reason
here.
why a plan might be a good idea. This is sort of the things you're supposed to think about before you do something like this.
Well, no, I'd rather do it here because it's not his city. Well, he has pull, I'm sure. There are other people, so he has to keep up whatever act he's doing.
That's fair. Men like him have pool everywhere.
Give me 1 second. Sorry. Well, what do you suggest then, besides me coming up with a plan, which, like I said, I've already got an idea of what I want to talk about and everything.
I told you should go over it with Seraphina. She's smarter than both of us. Probably both of us put together.
Currently, she's not letting me... It points to the room. Near.
Well, we have 6 hours until we get to shore, so unless her gift for you is very elaborate, we'll probably see her at some point.
We'll see.
Yeah. Suit yourself, just don't let him catch you with your pants down.
I can handle myself just fine. For the most part. Bring Kel with me. Look, he can be intimidating when he doesn't talk.
It's not Kel I'm worried about. I just think just because you can handle yourself doesn't mean there aren't better ways of doing this where we give you some help. Not to mention the times we've dealt with your grandfather in the past. As I've said, it hasn't exactly been easy to maneuver around. Doesn't tend to grant us a lot of control over situations he's involved in.
Does any situation, whether it's him or not?
Well, yes.
Oh yeah, like your, father.
Listen, I don't know what my father has to do with this. If you think about other situations that we've come to, take the jungle, for example. When the monsters in the jungle come, you know exactly what they're going to do. They're animals, they attack you, you kill them. Not actually confident your grandfather is an animal that we can kill. He's also not one we can predict.
That's why I'm not necessarily going in with the intention to kill him.
Yes, you just want to interrogate him even though you have no leverage and no plan.
Well, the leverage is he wants me.
Yes, so what's to stop him from just taking you?
Hmm. He could have done that when it was just me and him.
Yes, he could have, but he didn't. And we don't know why. Which actually makes the situation more disturbing, and not less.
Hopefully I'll find some answers to that.
I don't think that just blindly hoping about it is going to get you far. I mean, does he have any incentive to tell you anything? Except things that might lead to you making decisions that benefit him?
Well, how else am I going to find out this information? I'm hearing different stories from different people. Could go ask the scary lady upstairs, but she doesn't give me much.
Well, I'd take the scary lady upstairs over your grandfather, but I guess that's not a very high bar. I mean, it's obvious that you'll have to take anything he tells you with a grain of salt. I figure we need to make sure that this risk we're taking is worth it.
You think I shouldn't bother?
Well, that's not what I said. We just need to find ways of making it either less risky or more profitable.
Well, we don't have a lot of time to figure that out unless we plan to stay in the city for a while.
Well, it doesn't take too long. Like I said, hashing it out amongst all of us, or even just between you and me, or you and Seraphina, I'm sure you could figure at least something out. Like I said, it's better than improvising. Even if a plan goes out the window in the first 5 minutes, it's usually better to start with one.
I'll improvise if it goes that way. I have to improvise anyways if it goes that way.
Exactly, so you might as well have a plan.
I mean, there's only so much of a plan I can come up with. I know what I want to roughly ask him, what I want to talk about, but if he decides to keep lying to me, there's not much more I can do but improvise.
Well, he will undoubtedly lie to you. Have you considered under what circumstances you want to speak to him? Maybe there's a particular place in town that would be best suited, or maybe there's some sort of lie you could tell him, a false pretense. Though I suppose we can't really count on being able to lie to a man like that. Probably sniffs lies out like a dog.
I don't know why, but I get the sneaky suspicion he doesn't just go mingle amongst the commoners. Trying to get him into a more open area might be a little harder than you think.
Well, that's what the festival is for, no?
How many nobles do you know that actually attend the festivals?
A handful. Though I suppose if he's not there, we would just have to figure out something else. But that's my point. I'm not saying I have answers, I'm saying you should start figuring some of this stuff out, because if there's an advantage you can give yourself, you have to. This is one of the rare times when we can't afford to give any advantages up. So it might not be your style, but that generally means I advocate some planning ahead. If you'd rather not, then suppose just remember that we're around.
Well, I always have my little backup here. As he pats Felicity.
It's true. Felicity has gotten out of some seriously dire situations.
Good little alert.
What did you mean when you brought up my father, by the way?
Oh, I meant when, like, situations we can't always control.
I mean, unless he really was a rival to your father, then I'm a lot more confident about being able to wrangle him than your grandfather. And even if he is as competent as your father, it's probably a toss-up.
It's one of those. We don't know him. We don't know the full story, if there was more issues before that. Why he would go out of his way to do it. That usually takes a lot more than one incident.
If I had any answers, I'd give them to you. I've been wondering the same, but we won't know until we find him. If we find him.
When I spoke to my uncle, it sounds like they had very contradicting personalities. Disagreements, probably. Could have built it up to that situation.
That much is certain. But I don't know. When you're dealing with people like that, people who dole out death as part of business, it's usually, well, held to a sort of business standard. If you're a hitman and you kill another hitman because you were paid to do it, then it's a job. But what my father did, I mean, even in their world, it's just murder. Maybe he was a petty bastard and they did just have a lot of disagreements, but I'm the same as you, wondering if something happened. It doesn't change anything for now. Doesn't really change anything about us either.
All we can do is eventually ask someone who knew them or talk to them ourselves somehow. One's going to probably have one story and the other one will have a different story. Based on their insight of a situation, at least.
Well, hopefully at least dealing with my father, if we ever get to, will be a little less tricky than dealing with your family. That being said, if I had to deal with someone from your family and your mother was off the list, then your father would probably be my first choice. I know I only saw them in your memories, but they seemed by far the most honest.
They were honest, but they had their secrets, I'm sure for good reason. Everyone has their secrets. If, with luck, if things go well with my grandfather, maybe I can get some information from Mom. Might know a bit about it.
I'm just worried about what path the answers might lead us on. I mean, you seem to be striking a pattern, at least where your family is concerned, of gaining information only to be left with more burning questions.
Guess you can... For me, it's... I'd rather have some answers than none at all. Even if it does leave me with more questions.
But what are we going to do with those answers? I mean,
You're the one that says that I shouldn't just, kill people, that I should figure it out and all that stuff. Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
Well, let's say my father's dead.
Mm-hmm.
Which, let's face it, a man like him, it's not unlikely. We find out he was totally justified in doing what he did to your father. Then what are we supposed to do with that? Say the opposite is true, we find out he's totally unjustified. What he did was completely evil, he had no good reason. Which, to be fair, is probably true regardless of what the reason was.
Well, there's a lot that I believed growing up without knowing. This will help me figure out which decision I should be making.
Well, that's the difficulty of it, isn't it?
Well, should I really be trying to bring my father back if it was a justified incident?
I don't think whether or not you should bring your father back ought to be determined by whether or not my father hated him for a good reason.
Well, I mean, I still hold a little bit of resentment that he tried to kill me too, because I didn't have anything to do with it, but...
I think that's completely fair. But if you're going to decide whether or not to bring your father back, then don't do it because you think, well, that he deserved what he got. I don't think anybody really deserves what your father got. And moreover, I don't know that we really have a right to decide whether or not he did. And that, by the way, is the issue that I take with how you do things sometimes. I understand that you always try and act based on the best information that you have. I suppose that's all any of us can do, but... I mean, a few months ago, we were certain about bringing your father back. We were certain that your grandfather was completely evil. We were certain about a handful of other things that have now been called into question, and now we aren't so certain. So maybe we should be less sure of ourselves. when we're trying to make these kinds of judgments.
Well, that was, 13 plus years of judgment. It wasn't something I decided overnight.
I'm not trying to blame you. I'm just saying we have a chance to do something different now. I mean, for once, at least where your father and my father, that whole Maya is concerned, we're not really sure what direction we're heading in. Maybe this is our chance to sort of level our heads. Take everything from here on out with a grain of salt.
I would like to know if he was one of the ones there at your temple that day, though.
My father?
Huh? Same mass. He might have been in, or it could have just been a different set of people from the same group.
I somehow doubt he was there himself.
But that's another question we don't have an answer for.
It's true that I wish I knew you're right, but I just don't know if chasing him down over it is what's right. I mean, don't we have better things to do?
Not really, considering most of my life has been hunting him down.
Well, no offense to how you decide to spend your time, but I do think you have better things to do than that.
What would those be?
I don't know. Whatever you want to do. Spend time with Cal or go on a date with Seraphina.
Oh, I'm already going on the date.
That's what I mean.
But that's
that
never
could be
stopped
your whole
me.
life.
Just giving up on everything that I, while still being hunted down. So I should always live with fear over my shoulder by not dealing with it.
Are you really afraid of him?
No, but do I want to put everybody else that I'm near in danger? Just because they're around me? Or risk them being killed because of me? That is what I fear.
So you want to track my father down to ask him if he's going to try and kill everyone that you love?
Riley's mission is to still get rid of me and Cal.
Do you think that Riley's going to do that?
No, but if that's been the intention and that's never changed, at least why he was sent there to begin with.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I better get ready to help you try and track him down then. Which won't be easy, by the way. I have sort of kept my ear to the ground for a while, hoping that he might pop up sooner or later, but he never has.
Maybe you're right. Maybe he did get himself in the wrong kind of trouble and finally died, and I don't have anything to worry about. Would still be nice to
he
know.
didn't seem particularly wise, so...
I know my father did base a lot of his actions on emotion, which I am guilty of as well. So, that could have been the situation for all we know. Either way, I just want to not feel like I'm constantly being chased down. I don't want to hide the rest of my life.
Well, have you asked Riley where he might be?
He doesn't know.
That doesn't make much sense. I mean, what, he sends Riley to get rid of you, and then...
And only said he'd come back for him after he got rid of us.
Well... I can't imagine he's not keeping tabs on Riley if that's the case. Or perhaps he's just not that committed to your demise. Because how else is he going to know when Riley's done the deed?
Apparently there's some kind of coin. Oh, maybe it's a scrying thing. Who knows what the situation is.
He has some sort of token that shows whether or not you're dead.
You'll have to get the details from Riley. I just know what he's supposed to do when it's done. He tried to lie about it, and nobody ever showed up.
Well, that means that someone is paying close attention to whether or not you're dead.
Someone at least knows I'm alive. That's for certain.
Well, they're either
Is the question.
tracking us personally, or, as you said, there's some sort of scrying going on. If it was a curse or something, some sort of item, it would have shown you as dead when you temporarily, thankfully, passed at that battle a few weeks ago.
The question is whether or not it would tell him I was revived either.
Well, I suppose that's possible. You'd be better off talking to Seraphina about something like that than you would me, but...
Yeah, magic.
The problem... This is why I hate magic. The problem, in the alternative scenario, is that if someone is watching us, then it must be someone who knows where we're going. Because they'll have to know what port to meet us at. Or they're on the boat.
Think it's possible we have someone giving out information?
I have no earthly idea. But it's mainly because I'm quite sure you know everyone on this boat better than I do.
Maybe for now we should try to keep some information between just the four of us.
Well, we hardly tend to share it anyway. I mean, the only people who even know what the plan is are us and your family.
True, and they didn't even know I was alive until recently. Don't think it's any of them.
So... what, they were careless in conversation? We were careless in conversation? Someone at the city we left from knows where we're going to? I mean, I don't remember sharing that with anyone. Did we even tell
we
any
had to
of the people at the
ask.
hidden village?
No.
I suppose they live in isolation anyway. That's the thing, I'm at a loss. I mean, either he's got a magic item that shows that you've been brought back from the dead, or one of your family is leaking information, or Riley is communicating with him somehow. I mean...
I don't think that those are the cases. If there is, we don't know who works for him either. We don't know if there's people in cities. We don't know if us just idly chatting out in the streets is being eavesdropped on.
Well, in that case, we should probably make sure everyone understands that loose lips sink ship. You get what I'm trying to say.
Try
Point
to
being...
fix more private when we discuss personal.
Yes. Yes. And if that doesn't work, we'll have Seraphina do some sort of something to you with magic that tells us whether or not anybody's watching you with an item or a crystal ball or whatever it is wizards do these days.
I'm not sure that's how that works, but we can ask her.
We can ask. Exactly. I don't know what magic can do, but she does.
They do have, like, the no detect stuff. Maybe that could do something.
I'm sure if magic can watch you, magic can watch someone watching you. It's not that big of a stretch. And if it can't, then this is just further evidence for my theory that magic is awful.
Knock on the door and ask her if that's possible?
Before you knock on the door and ask her if that's possible, we need to understand that option 3, that being number 1, we stop talking about things outside of our inner circle. Number 2, we make sure nobody is spying on you magically. Option number 3 is we do have to start narrowing in on the possibility that someone we know is, whether intentionally or unintentionally, giving information away.
And
if that happens, then
literally
well,
anybody I know, unfortunately.
Leo, come on, information about us right now traveling together. It's not a long list.
The people back at the village. Most of them know.
Look, this is after some time will have passed. I'm sure it'll take time to examine you magically, right? And we'll spend a week, maybe a couple of weeks, making sure we're holding our cards close to our chest. But, I mean, after that, the list will be just people who are traveling with us. And, I mean, if it's not me, and it's not Seraphina, and it's not Danika, it's not you. It's certainly not Kel.
As much as I love Kel, I could picture him accidentally saying something without even thinking.
Look, after that much time has passed.
But at least we know it's not intentional.
Well, in that case, you'll have to make sure that he doesn't, to the best of your ability. My point being, look, this could get awkward at best, and, well, frankly, I don't really think we should bring that up to anyone. But I wanted to bring it up to you right now, just so that you consider that that might happen. Listen, I've been burned by people I was working with before, and whatever difficulties might arise by confronting this problem, it's better than the alternative. In the name of looking over our shoulder less. Get what I mean?
Unfortunately, yes.
Well then, for now, go and ask Seraphina. Before we get off the ship, I don't know, figure out something to say to everyone, make sure everyone holds their cards close to their chests. Maybe we could put out some fake information or something.
He's got some
I'll figure it out.
publicity to scratch on the door.
Oh, good.
He knows she doesn't want him to see.
Sticks things under pillow again. Goes to the door. Cracks it open.
She just like...
Oh.
She just is like a point, like a dog.
Pokes her head out. Yes!
Your presence is required, witch.
We need magic information. Come here, magic-y person.
Bye, Drag.
I'm still here. Continue. That's weird.
Don't call me a witch, that's different. He closes the door and walks over. What happened? Who did what?
We're trying to figure out some things. So if there's a chance that somehow somebody's spying magically, Nate seems to think there's a way to spy on the person spying? Is that what we're going with? What is the question we're asking?
We're having a magic problem and we need a magic person.
Okay.
Look, we're under the impression that it's possible someone is somehow keeping track of Leo with some sort of magic something.
I see.
And we were wondering if there was any way to sort of check.
I mean, there is a way to check, I think. Or at least in some cases.
You don't need the answer right now, but we can look into it, yeah?
Well, yes, and I can actually probably check around this area if someone is scrying or looking or spying or whatever on Leo specifically, and especially right now. I don't necessarily know if there's a way to constantly monitor someone. There are certain spells that can look on a person, spy on a person for a little while, but not constantly.
Would we be able to find out who is specifically spying in that moment, though?
DM, is there a way? Would she know of a way?
To
What?
my knowledge, I
was
don't
gonna say-
think scrying actually has a way to check who is scrying. On
Yeah.
Nope.
The only way to know, even then, you only ever are given, even if you pass the save for it, that somebody tried. You never actually know who.
Yeah.
Unless they want you to.
Yeah. Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, there is no way to follow a spying, scrying, any of that back to its origins. You can find out if someone is looking at you, but not who cast it, not who is looking. And there's always the chance that whoever is actually spying on you may not actually be the one casting said magic. They could also be using items, or they could be using other people to cast these things.
Well, if we find out that someone is scrying on Leo, then I mean the list of suspects is pretty short. It's probably either my father or his grandfather. So finding out if someone is doing it at all seems like a good place to start.
Probably. It's also again, tricky, because it's so... I have a way to potentially see if someone is watching right now, and periodically.
Probably better periodically, because if we're being spied on now, chances are they've stopped listening.
I would not doubt it. It's just I have to time it right. You have to catch them, basically. It's just a
Then
wish and a hope that
we'll
you catch
just-
something.
check every time we need to talk about something particularly important. Or maybe just every time we're going to talk about where we're going to go next. Just so that they don't know where we're headed.
I can definitely do that. I have tabs or glasses, other lenses I use to kind of see things that are not easily perceived by other people. It's my way of using a spell called See Invisibility. It's safer than using my own magic.
I'm glad that we have something we can do about this. That is
They don't
really-
last very long. I do have to basically reapply things after a little bit, but
Well,
they
we
do
have
work.
one more avenue of inquiry.
Hmm.
There is the scary lady upstairs, who has been
Scary.
following Leo for quite some time.
Ah, right.
If someone else were following Leo manually, not by magic, then she'd probably have something to say about it. I mean, she seems quite proficient at her job.
Well, following isn't necessarily always dangerous. Do you think she would say something, Leo?
If they were following long enough, maybe. Or at least would probably double check with me if I knew him. If she's supposed to be protecting me like she says, I imagine at the very minimum she'd be suspicious.
Do you mind if I share with Seraphina what we spoke about my father and Riley?
Go ahead.
Well, we have a concern. With Riley seemingly having been sent by my father to get rid of Leo,
Right.
it's come up that my father somehow knows, apparently to this day, that Leo is not dead, despite Leo having temporarily died at one point.
Are we
This means somehow he's keeping track.
sure he knows?
Well, Riley,
The
at one
last-
point, though I don't know how recently, tried to
It
essentially
was-
fake Leo's death.
The last time he tried, to my understanding, was before we met up, so it's possible he hasn't tried since the death.
I mean, we could try faking your death again, but I would find it safe to assume that if my father knew then, he probably knows now, by whatever method he was using. But maybe that's too much to assume.
Depends on when exactly he tried, because I might not have died yet.
Well,
Maybe
even
he hasn't
then,
tried since.
Going to ask a very dumb question. Have we not asked Riley directly?
Not yet. We were only just having this conversation. I had a
But-
little bit of a talk with him about the situation.
well, he maintains that he's not speaking with my father anymore. He doesn't know where he is. So it isn't Riley who's keeping track. At least, that's what Riley says. And right now we're going to take him at his word, which means there's
At the
something
very
else going on.
least, if it is, it might not be intentional. Whatever that
And-
coin is he has could be the source.
I didn't really want to go down this road of holding Riley suspect, because, to be honest, if we're going to do that, then I would
No,
prefer if we exhausted every other possibility first.
I personally don't want to believe that he's telling us a lie.
Do you know what the coin is
course.
for, or what it does? You mentioned it earlier.
Coin?
He mentioned that somehow your father would know if he did his job, and he just had to bury the coin. Not sure what it does beyond that.
So when he tried to fake your death, he buried the coin, and then my father never appeared, so he dug it up again?
Mm-hmm. Still has it on him.
Maybe this coin warrants some examination.
I'm gonna ask him for it. See if I can borrow it for a little bit. Unless you
I'm
want
not sure
to
if it
do
wouldn't be
it.
better to be honest with him. I'm not sure how that would go, though. I mean, I can't imagine he'll take kindly to the idea that he's being held as suspect in any capacity.
I could ask him.
I'll ask him.
Go
I
be a
think-
big brother.
I think I can make that work. And to be clear, I'll be honest with him. I'll tell him we're going to pass it to Seraphina, see if she can figure anything out about it.
At least find out on how it works, specifically.
I can do my very best.
Leo, how did Riley feel about my father when you spoke with him?
He did.
Sorry, I can ask something simpler.
He did mention that he tried once to get rid of me, and that was when he made the decision he didn't want to. It wasn't something he wanted to do personally, not the type of person he was. I guess the best way is to explain it. Killing somebody just because he had to.
Well,
so he basically... He did want to go back at one point, I imagine. I mean, he was alone. I don't see why that wouldn't have been his mentality. But I think as he got older, he realized that his decision meant he couldn't go back. I think he resents your father in a lot of ways for different reasons. And it's probably more personal than I can even tell you.
That could prove a problem. I mean, it's preferable to him thinking what I was a little bit worried that he thought. That being that he wants to see my father again, our father, but if he resents him enough...
Looking at it from a perspective of feeling abandoned, I could see a lot of resentment being built. Believe me on that one.
Don't have to tell me that. I only say it because, look, as someone who resents my father, when you resent someone like that, it sort of draws you to them, paradoxically. You want to confront them. Maybe Riley isn't the same sort. Maybe he would just rather leave it behind. And I hope that that's the case. But if Riley wants to confront our father, I mean, right now the coin is the only way we know, by any method, to make him appear. So we might have a difficult time asking him to part with it. Especially if we can't give him any assurances about what Seraphina's, well, fiddling with it is going to do.
See, the other problem is that he was sent to kill both of us, so maybe even if he did it after my death, Kel was still alive. The job wasn't done.
And even if we managed to get our father to turn up, I mean, I'm not sure that Riley and I could even... I don't know what we would do.
I know that feeling.
I mean, so much time has passed since those memories we saw my father in. We have no idea what he's like now, or what he's capable of. That many years is just too much time for information to go stale.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I'll just try asking. If Riley doesn't want to hand the coin over, we'll explore other options, come back to it if we have to, that sort of thing.
There is something I'm having a few people look into, but I don't want to make any assumptions until I have more information. So, it might at least clarify some things about your father, if it's what I think it is.
Who are you asking?
Well, that's complicated.
That
All right.
seems to be a very familiar phrase around here.
Keep your secrets. If anything turns up, just let me know.
There is someone on the ship who gave me information which led me to ask a certain lady in my head.
Oh, I was afraid you were going to say that.
We'll see if she turns up with anything, because unfortunately, it is a situation that has to do with directly in the hells. And I'd rather
Well.
find out from her before we make any decisions to go there.
Agreed.
If we can avoid going to the hells altogether, I think that would probably be the best.
That's the
Best course.
idea. Unless I have to go, I'd rather not have to talk to a couple of devils.
Under what circumstance would we have to go to the hells exactly?
I'm gonna tell him.
Don't say I. It's
no.
we. We're not letting you go to the hells alone.
No, that's not what he was gonna say. By the way, I'm gonna tell you the same thing I told Thorn. For now, it's a personal reason, and there's no action being taken, at least, until I know more information. And that's when I'll discuss it with you all. There's some privacy involved here that I don't want to break, and if the person I got the information from wants to tell you, that's on them.
Well, I'm sure this won't backfire. Devils are notoriously reliable.
If it makes you feel better, it's not, a deal any of us have on the ship. It's more of an issue of what they're doing and their involvement.
Like I said, keep your sources to yourself and just let me know if anything turns up. It's good to know there are no pacts on the ship, though. That sort of thing is, I'm pretty sure, not held at high regard at sea. I don't think I'd be a very good boat captain if I had an omen like that on board. It's like killing a seabird or something.
Like I said, you could go ask Foreign for some information. He'll probably tell you the same thing he told me. But that's... I don't know him well enough to say what he told me, if that makes sense. I don't know if he'd want me to be open about it, considering he's part of a similar situation.
Yeah. I trust you. Just please don't make any rash decisions without at least letting us know what's going on.
I'll at least talk to you guys about it when he gets back to me.
And, just take what she has to say with a pinch of salt.
Always with this, I don't trust her thing.
Well, I don't trust her.
You don't have to.
I do if we're all doing something based on information that she gives us. Think of it this way. She's sort of like the divine version of your grandfather.
But she did save Leo.
Well, Leo's grandfather didn't kill us. Yet.
I think people and gods are a little different.
I agree. Just another reason to meet their omens with skepticism. Listen, if I'm ousting myself as the paranoid one here, then fine. But I'm just saying, we could do with being a little bit careful, no?
I mean, you might want to tell the other two with the dragons. I mean, not sure about the Bahamut one, but the one with Danika is not the most stable from my understanding either.
Believe me, I am not a huge fan of him. But, bizarrely, I mean, Danika seems to be handling it.
And I'm not?
No, Danika's not asking him for high-stakes advice that affect all of us.
You don't know that. She doesn't talk to us.
Well, I mean, she also doesn't really make many decisions for all of us.
does anyone really know how and why she came after us to begin with?
I like to think we sort of just adopted her.
No, I mean before the memory shenanigans.
Ah,
She was kind of stuck and then all of a sudden was there. I doubt any one person would have been able to convince her to go down after us.
in any case, you're right. I should... Well, we should probably talk to Danika about him. And a number of other things. But, I mean, look, she's not exactly the biggest fan of being confronted, especially with questions.
I'm not either, to be fair, and yet you still do it.
At least you, I don't know, say things.
Well, she clearly trusts the one she's working with. I trust the one I'm working with. I imagine Raleigh trusts Bahamut.
I have no idea what Riley thinks about Bahamut. And as far as Danika trusting the one that she works with, I mean, I don't know. She trusts him for when he helps her in combat, but beyond that, I mean, never even heard her mention him.
I didn't mention mine either. You guys kind of found out on a whim. I don't even think she knew who it was. In her case, remember?
I suppose we'd only find out by asking. I just don't really imagine her to be, well, I don't know, reliant on him? But who knows? Maybe they're chatty. Maybe that's why she's so quiet when she's with us.
Not necessarily reliant on her. I am
Of course not.
willing to ask her questions and for her help when I need it. But
Well,
I do come to you guys a lot as well instead of her.
No, of course. All I meant is, well, if we're going to go to her with something this important, then sort of all relying on her.
I asked her
And
to look
that
for someone.
makes me nervous.
The moment I asked her to look for someone so I could see if I can get information from them. Not so much that she would find the information. Does that make sense?
Well, yes, but in principle it's the same.
He kind of raised an eyebrow.
She's going to talk to us, and that's going to decide, in part, if we let it, what we do next.
Well, for me to talk to someone, yeah. If she finds this person, and I would need to know where they are so I could go talk to them. That isn't what I asked her to do. That would be no different if I asked you to go find somebody in a city for me, and then I would immediately go talk to them.
It is different.
Seraphina just kind of raises her hand. Perhaps
Yes.
this is a bridge we should cross at a later point.
No, I want to know how it's different. Is it just because she's a goddess?
Yes. Because as Seraphina said, gods aren't really like people.
It's a person I'm looking for. That I want
And
to
it's a
talk
goddess
to.
you're asking.
I don't even know if this person's alive. That's why I'm asking the goddess.
Could be a useful shortcut. I mean, you'd never imagined she might have her own ends in mind? I mean, even if you're dealing with an unambiguously good being, they just don't operate like us. Cause for concern, that's all I'm saying.
And as I've said, she's at least never given me a reason to remain concerned.
Thus far, yes. You're right.
In whether it was Tiamat or not, in many faiths, they follow teachings. I don't necessarily follow teachings, but there is a blind trust that happens, I've noticed with many of them. This is just a specific goddess that many people don't like. But that doesn't mean that it's any different from the people who don't like the good ones or the neutral ones. And doesn't make their faith any less in that person. And I do trust her. You don't have to.
If you want to have a conversation about the benefits of blind faith, you're talking to the wrong thief. Hardly
Yeah.
been in a temple since I moved out of one.
I was gonna say, it's a little funny hearing that you grew up in a temple and became a thief.
The irony's not lost on me. Might warrant you to listen to what I have to say about gods, though.
I can drive.
Honestly, if we are going to have
It
this
seems he does not
conversation,
like
then
me.
I'm just curious what Seraphina thinks. Now, I suppose we'll probably have more to say after we talk to the other two.
I guess.
How should we put it? Dragon carriers?
I guess the only reason I think of it a little differently is I've never actually made a deal, if it makes sense. In most cases that I've heard about, the deal is typically contract. There's always like the fine print. There isn't necessarily that involved with mine.
Beings of law play by those rules. Beings of chaos just sort of do things.
Well, even beings of chaos have their own rules. And they stick to their own code, even if they are chaotic. Chaotic doesn't always mean that there are no rules. It means that the rules that they abide by do not match others. They are typically against what is normal. Technically, I fall in the chaotic.
Then they play by their own rules. Put it that way.
So do
If there's one thing that
I.
can be said of outsiders, is that they are generally predictable, but... Well, what you've had to say about Tiamat doesn't exactly play into what most people would predict her as being like. Which, on one hand, could point to her being tragically misunderstood, but could also just mean she's up to something. And to be honest, the other two are just as likely to be up to something. And if all three of them are up to something, that's just thrice the cause for concern, really.
You just have a problem with gods, don't you, Nate?
I don't know. I suppose I just prefer when things abide by their own rules. Divine intervention has never been much to rely on.
So you don't like gods and you don't like magic.
But I do like gold, and I do like people.
I feel like there's a story about growing up in the temple that we're not hearing of why you don't like magic and gods.
I mean, I don't know. Prayed my father would come home enough times. Supposed to be happy that one wasn't answered. Gods didn't help me when I was on the streets, before I learned how to make a proper living. Magic has always just sort of proved itself more of a nuisance than anything else, though. I suppose you can at least say that it abides by its own set of rules, as Seraphina so beautifully put together.
Sometimes.
Sometimes with the exploding being here next to us.
She has her moments.
I am the exception to many a rule.
That is what I will never enjoy about gods and magic.
That there are exceptions to the rule.
That there are exceptions to all the rules. As I said, what was the word I used? Unambiguously good ones?
Well,
They
in
can-
some sense, while it isn't so powerful, there are exceptions to laws, even in society. There are exceptions to rules among people.
Well, sure, but I can't call to mind a good one. One that made people's lives better. I suppose at least in the realm of the gods and magic, you can quite immediately think of examples of those that are good. I mean, healing magic, it's just a good thing that exists. I wouldn't be here without it. You wouldn't be here without it.
It
It
depends on the
is.
healing magic.
Healing magic often is considered a necromancy practice, from my understanding. Which
Yes.
is necromancy is considered a bad practice. So ironically, that would be the exception.
You kind of need a little bit of everything when it comes to, I guess, magic, gods, and all that. I think you just like predictability.
I suppose plans work better than when things are predictable, but no, there's more to it.
Well, we can work that out in therapy at another time.
Ah, yes,
No,
I quite
please.
enjoyed group therapy, but I have to get some air and get away from this moment because, wow, this has gone deep.
We did ask.
I did, but I didn't think it would go quite this deep into heart-to-heart talk about why we do and do not like someone and goddess and gods and...
Well, you heard what I had to say. Go on, enjoy yourself. Oh, and don't forget to talk to Seraphina later about, well, other plans and matters of predictability.
She just blinks like, huh?
He wants me to talk to you about how to approach my grandfather, I guess. I don't know. We'll go to that
Yes,
later.
I'm sorry, that's not quite the romantic thinking that you had in
Okay.
mind, but
I have electricity running through part of my body. I can indeed shock you right now.
Just gonna get up.
can't you do something more useful with the electricity?
I could, in fact, yes.
Yeah, she could dip you into the water first.
I wouldn't be that mean.
Look, I'm hardly the villain here, alright? All I sat you down here to talk about was that I think everyone should be careful. That hardly makes me the bad guy.
We're being careful, Captain. How about you be
No.
careful,
Careful that you're going to shock me.
Careful in many a ways, Mr. Thief.
Ah, I'm always
Gotcha.
careful.
All of us arrested.
Well,
Except
I'd prefer
the person
not to
who
get arrested again.
stole.
look, I'm sorry for failing to teach you how to evade arrest as well as I do. I can remedy this in the future if you like.
They just
No.
showed up on our boat. What do you mean?
I didn't get arrested.
Alright, is there anything else that you need, Captain, or are we free to go?
You know there's not. Just keep an eye on Leo and finish whatever it is you're doing in there. And don't blow up the boat, please.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
blowing up the boat. I'm almost done with it.
Can I at least see it before you give it to him? I'm deathly curious. I want to know.
Raises an eyebrow.
I mean, it's not something weird, is it?
No.
What?
I should leave since she seems to not want me to know what she's doing in there at all.
It's a surprise!
Go upstairs.
So I don't know why he doesn't sound more excited. Go on, get back to your thing. Do it.
She knows why he doesn't sound excited.
Yeah. Let me know if I'm needed for anything else. I'm doing everything I can to make sure things are not exploding, and nothing is exploding, and nothing is wrong, and all this stuff.
I'm sorry. All right. I'm sure everything's fine. You should be undisturbed for the next few hours. I think we're getting to the coast soon, but hopefully
All
everything will stay quiet.
We'll see. We'll see. Go talk to your brother. Good luck!
Oh, you horrible. Witch!
Thief!
There's no actual conversation with Kel. He's just probably chit-chatting.
No, that's fine.
I suppose I have to do this sooner or later.
Have fun.
Good morning, brother.
One moment. Can't hold that in place.
What exactly are you up to up here?
Well, he'll pull the board back, and you see like pieces of missing railing. Dragon,
I suppose,
brother.
Yes, I should be thanking you, so thank you.
Again, one moment. When I finish putting it up, turns to you. Right, what's up?
Well, I hope this isn't too well, actually, this does involve matters of privacy. Would you mind stepping downstairs for a bit? It's a bit crowded up here.
Certainly.
Alright. Probably just go all the way downstairs. 'Cause there's people kind of all over the deck. This should be fine. So, I hope this isn't too much of a breach of privacy, but Leo mentioned that you have something with you, a coin you were going to use to signal my father should ever you have to. I'm sorry to
Okay,
get right out to business.
player needs to ask. DM needs to ask one of the other players something. And that would be the Leo one.
What?
Was that the coin he gave him, or was that another coin?
That was the coin he said he had to bury
Right.
when he finished the job. The other coin that he has is the one he hasn't told them much about yet.
And that's the one...
He didn't even mention that it was a coin, by the way. That he had.
Anyways. Yeah, he'll, yeah. He'll reach in his bag, pull out a coin, and flip it across the table to you.
Oh. Well, thanks. But I was wondering if we might have Seraphina take a look at it? If it's some sort of magical device, then she might be able to work out something with it. Maybe get Leo off the hook, at least for a little while.
I've already actually had it looked at before. Wanted to see if I could trace it.
I see. Did anything come of it?
No, it's just a sensor spell.
Huh.
It senses certain types of particles touching it.
So whether or not it's buried.
Exactly.
So when you bury this, my father uses some other means to see if Leo is still alive or not, and if he is, he doesn't appear.
No.
Well, at least that's useful information. And Nate'll toss it back to him. He can have it. Well, this actually went by much quicker than I thought it would. I was worried it might be a sort of sensitive topic.
No, not at all.
Well, I can let you get back to the upper deck then, but do you mind if I ask you something a little bit more personal first?
Not sure it could be more personal than... Oh yes, there's this coin I heard about that once you murder my friend, you're supposed to bury.
Point taken, but... Well, I seem to have... slightly annoyed that friend by asking about this particular subject, and I thought you of all people might be able to give your 2 cents. You see, you... I'm quite sure already know this, but in the same way that you seem connected to Bahamut, Leo is connected to Tiamat.
Correct.
Well, have you ever found your connection to Bahamut, I don't know, concerning? Aren't you ever worried about what he might be plotting? What his stake in your life is? Whether or not his power comes at a cost?
Originally, but that's because I wasn't sure I deserved to have him of all gods contact me.
Well, I suppose that's sort of the crux of the issue then. As far as I can see, Leo hasn't been so lucky, but every time I try to talk to him about it, I mean, even having spent my childhood at the temple, he just... Well, he doesn't really want to hear what I have to say, because... Well, the list of good things I have to say about Tiamat is rather short.
Understandable. Most who follow the teachings of certain more notable good gods and goddesses are often taught to be wary of, well, to be wary of the big 3 of evil, which usually they file Tiamat under. When in
Well, we can
reality,
see. Oh, go on.
in reality, it's more of a confliction between herself and her brother.
Right.
Of stay out of each other's domain.
So it doesn't worry you then? Leo trusting Tiamat as much as he seems to?
Well, let me ask you this. Are you worried about Danika's friend?
Well, yes, though admittedly less. Suppose that could be just because I know more about Tiamat than I know about Danika's friend. To be honest, she's next on the list to talk with after you, but, well, I really think we should all be talking about this together. I seem to have stumbled in a conversation about it with Leo before I really had in mind what I was to say, and he seems a little bit upset.
Well, I will say I'd be more worried about something I have no knowledge of. Because there's no way of confirming what said being actually says. There's no record.
Hmm.
Whereas, history is often written by the victor, and being as Tiamat was sort of banished to the Hells, while Bahamut took his place in the more holy planes, it would almost seem as if he won the disagreement and got to tell his story.
Do you ever get to talk to him?
Talk to him? Occasionally.
You know, there are a lot of people in this world who spend years in temples that never have a sort of opportunity like that.
Yeah, trust me, I know. I've consulted followers of Bahamut, asking them why. Because I'd rather it be more me questioning whether or not I could hear from.
I suppose it must be sort of inconvenient in a weird way, having divine being speaking in your ear.
Oh, yes, to have the God of Justice in my ear. Justice and law.
uh, and me as your brother.
Yes.
Well, one thing I can say that Mother is definitely going to like you. For
Sure.
another, I suppose. All I can ask then is that. We keep an eye on Leo, and hopefully your friend up there is keeping an eye on his sister. Suppose all we can do is pray that that doesn't spell doom for us.
Trust me, if there's one person that he keeps an eye on, it's her. He's given me no reason to suspect anything is wrong. As of yet.
It's just unnerving to have all three of you in the same place. I don't want us getting caught between all three of them. Seraphina's asking why gods make me so nervous. I mean, we almost all died at sea, and that was just a big dragon. These are the dragons.
Difference being, these dragons aren't allowed on mortal planes.
You missed our conversation about gods having the tendency to break rules.
Let me rephrase. They're not allowed on mortal planes in their true forms. However, with what I know about the being that has apparently been set free, or partially, we may soon wish they were.
That sounds like a conversation for the lot of us. Maybe it's one we can have after the festival. Just so that everyone has a little less on their mind.
I would suggest so. Besides, it means Seraphina having to see her brother again. In the form he's in.
With all our time at sea, I'd almost forgotten about the state of him. We'll figure it out. But thank you for being so forthcoming. You don't really have to treat me as captain or whatever, but if you're waiting for a dismissal, you're free to go.
No, honestly, I was staying down here to avoid hearing more of Karen's stories.
Doesn't make
The
for
man
good
loves to
entertainment.
talk.
Oh, I can imagine.
I believe I heard about 7 stories of women he slept with.
That kind of storyteller.
Yes, now I understand why I overheard him and Nolus speaking. It was, if he overheard anything in the taverns he has been in, and it looked like poor Can was counting on his fingers.
I suppose I haven't been missing out on much in the conversations on deck of late then.
Know of anything you've avoided it?
I think that's the one captain's duty I can afford to fail at, is being involved in all of that, so I suppose I should thank you for handling that as well. We'll all have a reward soon. Festival. Getting to step off the boat. I'll say to you the same thing I said to Leo. It'll be nice to have a nice, peaceful arrival. And we can worry about everything complicated after that.
Oops.
Well, if you ever get curious about that coin again, or basically anything else, then I'd advocate you probably ought to ask Seraphina about it. But, well, that's all I have for you.
He'll pat his hand on the table. Stand up. Yeah. If I ever feel the need to be yelled at, I'll do just that.
She used to do that to me from time to time. Just have a little bit of patience. She'll probably come around.
Oh, I'm sure. Now he's probably wondering, right? So I better go finish helping him.
Yes.
Lord knows he can't help himself.
Good luck. Alright. Nate is just gonna chill out below decks for a while. He'll probably wait to bother Danika with dragon questions until after the festival. Try and catch her in a good mood.
Yes.
She-
Also,
Yes.
What?
Sure, it's fun.
yes. Yeah. Totally gonna come around. Absolutely.
Hence why he said it was such sarcasm there at the end. Oh, sure.
And Nate was just on, like, he was on damage control. He was like, oh, yeah, that's... Yeah. He just remembered the whole social situation there. It's like, oh, well, maybe it'll get better.
He doesn't know the half of it.
No.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
And the little slice of it he does know is not good.
It's not much.
And it's only Seraphina. Seraphina's just wary. That's all.
Yeah.
As
Wary and not jealous or emotionally invested in any of that.
Nah.
No, never.
as you all, are continue doing your things, all of you hear a voice in your heads.
Oh.
You're making landfall. Collect your things if you wish to go ashore quickly. Leo, you recognize the voice.
Subtle. This is all he's gonna say in response to that. He's gonna go grab his things, I guess.
Just gonna pack up all of her stuff.
Now,
There's a very annoying bump on the wall.
Just gonna
Well,
go over.
we also still have a choice. Do we come back to the boat to sleep, or do we go and rent a nice place?
We deserve a nice place. Well, it
Private-
depends on if we can afford the nice place.
Leo can.
That's fair.
I mean, you can afford anything if you kill enough people.
No, that's not kind. Seraphina's knocking on her door.
Thump, thump, thump. Door opens. What?
You banged.
Yes.
Do you need help?
With what exactly?
Getting your things, or are you just annoyed?
You see her stare at you as she adjusts her pag on her back.
Right. Come on. Ready to go ashore?
She walks out the door.
Only after I find out what you've been cooking up in your room.
Maybe later. It's done now.
What if I just went past you and looked?
If you go into my thing, I will start screaming and crying.
But you won't mean it.
You're going into my things, into my private thing.
I mean, I'm not even really going in. I'm just sort of looking from the door.
It's not there anymore, Nate.
Okay, so maybe I will go into your things, just like really quickly, just a little bit.
Nate, if you touch my things!
Fine, but you have to show me later, alright?
We'll see.
What do you...
We will see.
Why are you so cruel? Why?
I am not cruel.
Yeah, it's fine.
Totally fine.
To the shore.
Yes.
Onwards to land.
Like, get the animals off the boat for a little while too while we're at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been cooped up, man.
Nah, they haven't. They've had free roam of the ship.
At least the bottom floor.
Don't worry, that's not poop you stepped on. Or is it?
Listen, Seraphina's used to that kind of thing.
I mean, he might convert this little back area into a little stable-ish thing for them.
Stable household is an important part of animal development.
Yeah. Hey, you all get to the top deck, and
He'll get him once he can find a place for him, basically. He'll come back and get him.
okay, they chill there. You guys chill right?
Yeah, he
Good
and
for
Kel can come
good
pick them
as-
up later.
Yeah. You get back. Well, initially, you all get to the deck, and the ship has slowed down considerably. And there, getting much closer, and you see the outlines of the buildings and everything. The city of Mistralis. Although, approaching it, there's a different feel about it as you approach. A more lively. And not lively in a sense of busy work-wise. I mean, there's people working, but they're setting up things. They're setting up operations. Even on the docks. As you approach, you see this. Yeah.
Oh, it's weird being back.
It'll be good to not be on deck for once. And to not have to worry about sinking. I think we've spent enough time out here.
I don't know, I kind of liked the seclusion a little bit.
It was nice. For a little while at least. Not bad. Outside of the big monsters and the
I mean,
rest of that.
To be
Yes.
fair, that happens on land, too. So...
Well,
Fair point.
on land they can't shatter your ship into a million pieces and force you to slowly drown.
No, they can just
So-
maul you to death and eat you right there.
At least it's quick.
Everything's so much bigger
I assume it'll
everywhere.
be quick.
I'll assume it'll be quick.
You would hope, depending on what gets you. I mean,
Regardless,
it might be...
it's a lot easier to run.
Looks at Seraphina.
Yeah, Seraphina just kind of looks back and you're like,
Oh, sorry.
Okay, it's easy for you to run.
Yes. Yes, it is.
The rest
I'm
of us
going
are
to
just...
get eaten.
Yes, it's
Whichever-
particularly easy for me to run with Seraphina around, because then I just have to outrun her.
I'm going to get eaten. He's going to let me get eaten.
Kel will carry you. He's faster than I am.
So mean, and I'm the cruel one.
I'm not
That's fine, we
going
can
to
just
let you
trip the
get eaten.
loudest.
Say that again, Trag, what?
It's fine, we can just trip the loudest.
Oh, well, then Seraphina's definitely getting eaten.
Hey!
What is
I just told... I'm not going to let you get eaten. Relax.
Mm.
Oh, come on. We kept you alive for this long.
Fair but still, don't. Everything's bigger. Be nice.
Don't worry, we'll all get to sleep in our own rooms with a nice comfy bed when we get back for night, and then we have a festival to attend.
Yeah, and then you can sleep in Leo's room.
I'm going to shock you.
I've said
or
too
I'll-
much.
Or
Oh,
I'll throw
no.
you overboard. One of the
You
other.
can try on the dress tonight.
Okay.
Make
Okay,
sure it
that
fits
really
in
is saying
case-
too much.
Well, no, just in case I gotta make adjustments, I need to make sure it fits her, right? Like, she can try it on and tell me in the morning how it went.
She is desperately trying to avoid looking up because she is beat red again.
Mm.
Leo, someday I will teach you how to talk to women, but it won't be today.
And yet I'm the one who keeps attracting them.
You're lucky you're young. Younger, I should say. I'm not old.
Oh, you know girls just like the bad boys. You're just the exception because you're not really a bad boy. You just pretend to be being a thief sometimes. You're kind of bad at it sometimes, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, please.
Isn't that right, Seraphina?
Meh.
That was a noise.
I'm sorry, which of us was the only one who didn't get arrested? Because I recall that actually being
You're the
me.
one that stole stuff, and then we all got woken up to the situation.
Yeah, I got woken up to the situation. Didn't stop me from not being arrested.
That's because you popped out a window and crawled through sewers, if I remember right?
Yes, because
I almost
I'm
got
good at not
tossed.
getting arrested.
I almost got tossed down a hole.
Seraphina, no one's going to let you get tossed down a Listen, I'm just saying, you can't call me a bad thief. You can call me a lot of things, but a bad thief I am not.
Technically, we got caught because you got caught.
Technically, you got caught, and I never did.
You're the one that stole the item, so didn't that mean that you got caught? Because they were looking for you. They did ask about you, by the way.
It only counts as getting caught if you get found.
Can I
You're
please
welcome
ask?
for convincing them not to suspect
Hmm.
you.
Can we
Thank
all
you.
agree that thieving in the city that we just thieved and got away with it somehow, we don't do that again?
In the interest of not scaring Seraphina, I, Nathaniel Glade, will refrain from thievery for at least a day.
Two. At least wait till after the festival.
Face palms.
Well, listen, but a festival is a perfect. You just see, this is how I know I'm a better thief than you.
I ain't helping you a second time as far as convincing anybody otherwise.
Oh, well, doesn't that make you such a reliable companion?
You do realize if we're on a wanted poster, I'm going to gut you.
If we're on a wanted poster, I am keeping it as a souvenir.
Oh god, if I'm on a wanted poster. Oh no, oh no.
We can show it to your parents!
No! You should to parents!
Oh, they would be so proud.
God.
Are you just now realizing this is the group you've fallen in with, Seraphina?
I know what group I had fallen in with, but I didn't realize I was going to end up on wanted posters.
Well, then you didn't really know what group you'd fallen in with, did you?
Huh.
We got a thief,
You're just
a
lucky that
murderer.
Leo is right, and we're bad at being bad.
Because you're all good people.
Eh.
Now Nate is blushing.
You just hear Danika like facing away from you, and you just hear a scoff.
keep saying it until all of you believe it.
Oh, good. That means you'll be around forever.
That's kind of the point, yes.
As long as we make sure you don't fall into pits or get eaten or get tripped or fall off the boat or blow anything up, then yes.
The list seems to grow longer every time we repeat it.
I presume it's going to continue to do so.
Probably.
It definitely
Remind me,
will,
what
because
the
we
fuck
won't
are we
let
doing
any
in the
of those
city
things
anyway?
happen. We're enjoying ourselves, first of all.
I have a few things to take care of, but figured we could all enjoy the festival that's tomorrow.
I will enjoy thinking about stealing things and not stealing them.
Admiring the shinies from afar.
It's almost better not to look.
It's just a little bit of time to be back on land, reorient ourselves, and regroup. Especially after all of that.
Only broods.
We're making her people.
Sure, I can't kill at least one or two.
Very sure. Not recommended.
Great.
I'm sure there'll be stuff to kill and steal outside of town. So we'll just have to wait a couple of days.
Silent brooding.
Or Danika.
Fucking people, man. You make me do just. Ah.
And to think we're also ditching Nate. Or Nate's gonna be the babysitter for Kel and Danika, at least.
The babysitter. He'll divert them. It's fine. Riley can come too. They'll have a party. We'll do something. Maybe they'll go to a casino.
I'm sure there's betting taking place somewhere in the festival.
Yeah,
Let's
find out how
not.
Nate always loses all his money.
Let's not teach Kel what gambling is, please.
We have to. Are you kidding?
His intelligence isn't the best. Let's not.
As if intelligence was what made the difference in gambling.
Shows up to an auction, raises a number of hands, says this many, and just accidentally bids for 20,000.
Listen, we could do that. We have 20,000.
Oh, God.
I'm sure in assets we could bet the boat.
Maybe I'll just leave you and Danika, and I'll ask Riley to watch Kel.
Listen, I'm sure I can watch everyone. And everything will be fine. Oh, and as soon as we get back from our first excursion, Seraphina, you are confined to quarters until you show me the thingy.
Ah! You cannot do that once we're on land.
I can do that because I'm the captain.
We're docking. We're going to be on land. I don't
But
have
then
to
we're
show
going
you
to be
anything.
back on the boat.
By then, I'll probably have it.
I was told I would be shown the thingy.
You were told maybe.
Oh, I thought it was a yes maybe, not a no maybe. This is terrible.
Have you two done that before? This conversation thing?
Conversation thing?
Whatever the fuck you two are talking about right now, has it happened before?
Like, you mean Seraphina saying maybe about something and then it really being a no?
Sure, whatever.
I think it's usually a yes, which is why I am, frankly, very disappointed.
It's not for you, so it doesn't matter. Why are you being so nosy?
You made it on my ship, and I want to know. I'm curious. I already told you.
You're very nosy.
Listen, my breaking and entering habit may be half greed, but it's also half insatiable curiosity.
Does this mean I should give you a full record of every piss bucket I've dumped off?
Danika, nobody asked about your piss buckets.
Well, it was made on your fucking boat.
You made the bucket on my boat. With what anvil did you make the bucket?
No, not the bucket. You...
I'm sorry.
No, it's all right. I had Seraphina swab all the decks, so she'd be more familiar with that than me.
You also helped with that because I taught you how to do it.
Well, still, I'm further from the deck, so I'm less familiar than you are.
And this is my cue to walk off the boat as soon as we hit the dock.
Yes, please.
Listen, I'm not the one who changed the conversation topic to piss, alright? Not taking responsibility for that. Well, I suppose I have to. I am the captain. But still.
You're responsible for your crew.
Yes, and as one who's responsible for the crew, I'm not letting this crew member forget that she told me that she would show me the thingy.
I said maybe.
If it helps, Nate, she's made me something that she doesn't want me to know about for my birthday tomorrow.
But of course, I'm not going to tell. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. Wouldn't you find out after though? Anyways.
He's going to have it.
Mm-hmm. Then everyone will know.
Yes.
I see the problem. He just wants to be the one to know first.
He wants secrets.
This is obvious.
I'm just gonna walk away now.
To shore.
In case he pries it out of her.
You know,
Okay, Leah's not here, so now I can start prying.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
This is the rest of the conversation.
Actually gets further away as she begins to walk down the boat.
How much? I wonder.
The
Have
more
I been
nosy you
keeping
get, the more
proper
no
track?
you get.
How much gold does Nate have?
You're gonna try and bribe the halfway?
Let's see. I don't know, because he stopped being paid, and then he never took any of the loot after that. He just keeps his things. And he never got to sell the... he could have been so rich! Listen, I have nothing to bribe you with, but the next time... I can't steal something for you because you don't want me to steal things. Seraphina, how am I supposed to convince you of stuff?
Are you trying to bribe? You're trying to bribe me?
Yes, why are you surprised? I'm a criminal.
I am more surprised in the fact that you're trying to bribe me.
Oh, so you're above bribery now, are you?
I attempt to be, yes.
Yeah, sure.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not going to tell me?
No,
I'm not even asking you to show me that.
I made him something, and it is for him only. That is all.
All right. Peace.
I swear
I am
to all that is holy, if you go through my things to try and find out what I
not
made.
going to. I expect a sincere change in your attitude when you realize that I haven't gone through your things by tomorrow. In fact, I expect an apology.
You were literally threatening to go through my things not an hour ago.
I wasn't. We both know I wasn't really threatening to do it.
I will apologize when all is said and done.
All right. I look forward to your apology.
Sure. Sure.
Danika has a look of who the fuck do I bludgeon to make this end?
Yeah, right. As you guys finish your conversation, the boat comes to rest at the dock. Which, without hesitation, because he is ready to go, the board is kicked off the side of the boat. That way it just kind of just hits against the dock, and he is already walking down as it makes contact. He is like, nope.
No more boat.
It's beginning to look a lot like fuck this.
Pretty much, he's like, no, I'm out. I'm tired of hearing these conversations. I'm tired of
I'm tired of
everybody.
these people.
Yep, I came here to do a job. Some of them are going to make me kill them. Some of them will make me have to watch their back so they don't kill themselves.
Sorry.
It's fine.
He outie.
Well, I think my token doesn't have a shadow. I did not know that. I know now.
It's because the board you have has like specific lighting.
That would do it.
Yeah.
I have spoiled myself.
It does if we bring like candles, it'll do shadows behind the tokens.
Too much effort. But
Right.
you know what
So-
concerning shit I can do with a candle?
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm going to set that aside. Toggles, unlock, scale.
Tiny.
Meow.
I need
What are you
to
talking
put
about,
an add-on that
tiny?
makes that
Furry Cow's boat now.
Oh my gosh.
excellent.
I win.
It's the beginning of that one pirate movie where someone shows up to port on a mast.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yep.
Yes, perfect.
That one scene that tells you, oh, all of those advertisements tell us we weren't supposed to take this too seriously.
Yeah. So as you all come, as far as exit onto the dock, as you guys come off the dock, exit onto the dock. Sorry, my brain is malfunctioning because of, yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, these two can go this way. They can fuck right off this way. You all, while this is a northern city, it's still a little too tropical, question mark. It's a little too humid for things. Or so you thought. So I need to search. Where is the tiny map? All my maps are tiny, guys. I'd say honestly, you guys came in like right down. Well, first, oh shit, lock. Came in like right down here in this little empty spot.
Okay.
But you see the businesses, further up the dock on, the end and everything. Well, the buildings on the dock themselves. God, brain. You see them decorated for holidays, and at first, you think the snow that's on the buildings is fake. Until, somebody roll me a d10.
Not it, because Leo doesn't like cold, so he looks a little annoyed right now.
I volunteer as tribute. Unless someone's already done it.
Sorry, not a d10.
Yeah.
d12.
12. 5.
5. 6. 2, 3, 4, 5. This would be funny. Sorry. As you guys pass under, the overhang of one of the buildings. Some falls off. Seraphina.
Oh, crap.
Hits you on the shoulder. It's cold. It's not that cold actually outside though.
Alright then. That's snow. Okay. That makes no sense. How? What? Huh?
Magic.
Honestly, it feels like 60-something outside.
What do we see when we look at her?
Somebody comes rushing out of the building. Terribly sorry about that. I kind of wave his hand, and as the snow has now almost completely melted quickly after it hits you, you see this guy wave his hand, and the water kind of refreezes and goes back up onto the roof.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Terribly sorry. I've been fixing that pot all day. For some reason, that's the only corner that keeps falling.
May not be properly supported?
No, unfortunately, I think it has to do with the, well, that. And he kind of points, and you see something stick its head out of a hole, like, at, like, the corner of the roof.
Oh.
And it has this, like, glare look at the guy.
Like a squirrel or something.
Yes, actually.
Well, probably doesn't appreciate his home being covered in it.
Well, I don't appreciate my shop being turned into somebody else's home.
Oh,
So there's
dear.
perfectly nice trees farther inland.
I'm gonna go look for a place to stay now.
Yeah.
Probably a good idea.
Danika's so tempted to brain to the squirrel.
Oh no.
She will not brain to the squirrel.
Okay, good.
As tempted as she is to figure out if that thing knows a spoken normal language to understand.
The reason speak with animals is a specific spell.
Don't worry, I will not reveal my secrets with that squirrel.
Excellent.
I've learned anything from playing a certain game,
Uh.
animals are not always what they seem.
Don't let the enormous fool you. They've committed war crimes in 34 countries and counting.
Dang, how'd you get Seraphina's rap sheet?
It's filed right next to Murder McSquirrely.
Yeah, you guys begin making your way more inland from the dock.
Who's all actually coming to find a place to stay? Because I don't.
With
I don't
you
know.
guys, it's
like
just
responsible.
your group.
Okay, so it's like Riley, Cal, and the 4.
Yeah. Yeah. So
Usual party.
I'm just going to throw all of you onto the...
Fair.
Whereas when I say you people, I'm referencing these people. Obviously, the animals are still in the boat at the moment.
Yeah. I'm gonna put them just somewhere, because, yeah.
Yeah.
They gotta find a place that can compensate animals.
Yeah. Actually, wait, one more.
He's just knowing who he has to pay for.
Fair. Yeah. So, you guys will get making your way. And you do come across, multiple people hustling back and forth with loaded bags. And everybody seems to have more of a grin on their face than the last time you were here. It's definitely a more festive, happy time. Make your way. You see people flooding, like overflowing out of shops, out of taverns. Like people trying to wrestle their way into buildings.
Seraphina is sticking close to her tolls.
Eventually, you do begin to notice, however, that it's the shops closer to the docks are the ones that's kind of overfilling, and you feel like that's probably because those are the shops that get the stuff first when they're coming off the ships.
Mm-hmm.
So the crowd begins to thin out, not much, but enough to where it's now a comfortable walk through the town, or through the city. Eventually, you are able to find a tavern that does not have people leaking out the front of it. In this case, you can freely approach it.
Okay. Yeah, he will.
Woo. Let's do this.
Onward.
You pop your heads in the door and you kind of enter. And tables are full. A couple tables here and there don't have many people at them, or are just a couple empty ones. But most of the other tables are full. There's good 15 tables total.
Mm-hmm.
People lined up at the bar. Gentleman, however, at the front, kind of sees you all enter. Welcome on in. Need help?
Yeah. How many rooms you got available here?
We got a couple. Don't mind the numbers of people in here. They're not all staying here. Most of them live in this fucking town. Or sailors that go back to their own ships. Because, those beds aren't right. Our hay cots are way better back on the ship.
Well, when
Go back to your fucking ship.
when you're used to something, I suppose.
Half of them don't know what a good bed is anyways. Probably never have.
Well, we just got off a ship and we would like a good bed.
Good! That's what we got. So, how many rooms?
You can kind of look around. Does everyone want their own room?
Honestly, I'm probably going to sleep on the ship, if that's alright with everyone, so...
Oh my
Are you
goodness.
sure?
Eh,
Oh, come
gotten
on,
used to it.
brother. Sleep in a fucking bed instead of on the deck.
If you want to
Would
sleep on
do you
wood,
some
there's a
good.
floor.
Oh,
Oh,
come
yes,
on.
and our floors are some very nice wood, to be honest. Nice imported wood.
In that case,
What,
I'll take a
mahogany?
floor in someone else's room then.
Very
Nate, I will also point out if we split up, something could very well happen. I'd rather us all stay in one place. Please?
good. Yeah, you could be like those
Pirates?
poor saps that had the guards marching back and forth between their ship and the in the Capitol building. About a week or two back.
Oh.
That sounds awful, so I suppose it would be best to avoid.
Yeah, I had Larry over there saying he saw some poor sap fall out of a window into the water.
Oh, that really does sound awful.
Yeah, especially since the docks over that way, the only way to get out is crawling through the sewer.
So, how many rooms were we getting?
Like I said, we have a few. I have enough to, if you want to spread out evenly, I'd say 3-4 rooms. And when you walked in, it looked like a 2-story building. It didn't look like the building was, wide enough or deep enough to have more than 5-6 rooms on the second floor. Let's see. I can honestly put you here on the 4th floor. Oh!
Ah.
There we are. So, who all is sharing room?
Well... if
We have the
get
floor man, and who else?
3 rooms means not counting me, it's 2 to a room. I suppose just decide amongst yourselves?
Well,
I'll take the other
girls-
quiet one.
Hmm?
Bal kind of looks at Danika.
Yeah,
I'll
sure,
take the other
whatever.
quiet one.
I guess we should be asking the other female in the party which boy she wants to stay with.
Riley was hand. Not it.
Man, I was hoping there'd be enough for everyone to actually get like their own little space too. You can bunk with Kel again.
I don't mind either way.
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry.
We're not gonna make the decision for you.
Oh.
Oh, for fuck's sake, flip a fucking coin or something.
That's it, you missed a chance. Seraphina bunks with Kel. 3 rooms, please.
Alright. Two of you. He'll chuck a key to you, Danika. You two. Going to be room 402. Chucks one to you, Leo. You, him, and him are going to be room 403.
Is Nate? Nate never said who he was bunking with.
I suppose I'll just take whoever wants me. I'm gonna be on the floor. It's not really gonna make much of a difference.
You'll figure it out. And then you two, he'll toss the key to you, Seraphina, because he sees Kel currently chewing on a chair leg that he picked up. Breadstick.
Oh dear. That's not a breadstick, Kel.
Kel, put it down. I'll get you some food.
Let him have it. We'll just pay for the chair. It's fine.
No, that's not good for him to eat, Nate.
Nah, don't worry about it. That chair you don't have to pay for. They actually cracked it over a guy's head.
Yeah.
He shouldn't.
Oh, we cleaned it all
consume
up.
Wood.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that'll be fine.
I mean, the guy actually walks over to Kel, reaches up, buddy, let me see the wood, please. Thank you, and he'll chuck it across the room. Don't fetch, no. Good.
Seraphina will do a better job of keeping track of the key anyway.
As he walks
It's
past the
fine.
rest of you, I didn't want my key to get eaten. It's happened twice before.
Oh dear.
We also have a couple of animals that need some space.
Stable to the left.
Alright.
He'll toss you a thin piece of wood, probably a couple inches wide and a couple inches long.
Hmm.
Now you see this. Now you can see the stable.
Thanks.
People's horses kept getting stolen.
Yeah, that's not good.
So, off to your rooms.
How much is this gonna run us?
We go by a pay in the morning basis, but in the morning you will owe 6 gold total. 2 gold per room.
Alright.
Holiday season, sorry.
No.
Unfortunately, owner makes the prices.
No, we can pay for that easily.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Yeah, you hear that, Larry? They can pay! Fuck off! That's my Larry.
Danika's gonna toss her key to Ball because she's... I don't think she can read such high numbers, not gonna be straight with you.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Don't worry, neither can Cal.
Kel can count to 50. That's his limit.
Yep, that's his number.
She's lucky she learned how to speak, damn it.
So, you toss her the key, and Belle will immediately start heading towards the stairs.
Yeah.
Following intensifies.
He's gonna go drop his stuff off and then probably go get the animals.
Up to the room.
So, who is Nate bunking with?
Wait, who am I? But wait, come back.
What?
Where am I sleeping?
I don't know, you could sleep in there and try to bug her to show you the thing.
Or you could sleep with the other boys and bond with your brother.
You're saying that like you don't want me to... You know what? Fine.
Don't worry, brother. She frightens me too.
You're
Ugh,
entirely-
she
Oh,
frightens
that's
everyone from time to
scary.
time.
No,
Oh, you
she
are.
doesn't. It frightened everyone, just you. Oof.
Which
Well,
is
just me and my
surprising, I
brother.
must say.
Well,
I'm not that
you don't
frightening.
often go up to everyone
Did
else
you-
and threaten to scream or cry or do the
Or just blatantly
variety of
threaten
other
them.
frightening things you do.
Did you
Oh,
just let
she
her-
threatened you. Well, that's new.
Did you just wait?
Well.
What?
Less threaten, more aggressively suggested.
Well, in fairness, she does a lot of that.
Exactly.
What?
Anyway,
Anyways,
point being,
onto the
Seraphina
room.
is Siri. Yes, exactly. Thank you.
What context have I missed? You let her bully you, Nate.
Wait, I'm not
I-
actually afraid. It's all part of. I'll teach you when you're older, Leo. It's fine.
Excuse me.
Teach you when you're
You can sleep in the hallway.
I'm sorry, wait. Did he really just say, I'll teach you when you're older?
Yeah. Yes.
You can sleep in the hallway.
Wow.
Well, sleep well, brother.
No, no.
I don't have a couch to send you to.
Eh,
We have a cow.
We do. We can send him to sleep with the animals.
as long as there's no foot traffic, I will be perfectly content in the hall.
Well, the barn's hidden. If you wanna sleep in there.
There's also the boat, in case of severe emergency. But Seraphina made a good point of everyone staying in the same place. And I can't say I disagree.
Gonna go put my stuff away.
Seraphina's already gone to her room.
Yeah, they'll probably just hang out until everybody else goes to their rooms.
Mhm.
And then go sit in the hall or whatever.
Oh my goodness.
He got bullied by Seraphina and Leo.
It's only a matter of time.
Seraphina's not gonna let him sleep in the hall.
He also knows
yes. The bullying power couple.
that. She's too weak. She will not let him sleep in the hall.
That's me.
Leo will stand his ground.
Look. Yeah.
He will give Beans back. Finally.
Yeah, Beans will kind of scurry up and kind of give you like a little salute and then tuck his way into a hood. Alright. Go get cow?
Yeah, let's. We'll be back with the animals.
Alright.
Play nice, everyone. Feel like I'm missing context.
No
promises. Everything's fine.
Come on, Cal.
Okay. So. Sorry. Fun fact. The thick socks are not helping the affected. Yeah. Okay.
Prepare
Fuck.
arson.
Tangled. Oh god. Fuck.
Careful.
There we go. I'm untangled. So, you two head off to go get the animals. And as quickly as they head off, anything else there at the inn?
Seraphina's gonna poke her head out of her room. Nate, you do not have to sleep in the hallway.
Where can I sleep?
Just rolls her eyes. You can sleep in my room if Leo's serious about all of that nonsense.
He's just gonna stand up and come over to the door. The next time I say you're cruel, you can zap me.
I won't zap you. Empty threats. You know
You
it.
can zap me, it's fine. And thank you.
Mhm. Come on. I can
You will
get
take-
extra pillows and blankets for you.
I'll be fine. I don't need any pillows or any blankets. This is what I discovered on the ship. I am perfectly contented with floor, apparently.
Yes, but it is nice to be comfortable.
You know, I think I recall saying something similar.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be fine. Thank you.
If you change your mind,
If I change my mind, I'll just Okay, steal isn't the right word. Acquire some.
Okay.
Yeah, he'll take the floor. He'll take the Seraphina floor over the hallway floor.
Okay. Nate, you lay down on the floor, and you don't feel like you might get splinters every time you roll over.
Yes. That's all he could really ask for.
Which,
Seraphina is still tossing a pillow at him.
Well, but why? But why?
Just take the pillow and shut up.
Only if it'll make you feel better.
It will, thank you.
Don't mention it.
okay. So, Leo, you and Kel make your way to the dock as far as where the ship is.
Mhm.
And you just see two heads poking over the side of the ship.
Hmm.
You see Furry Cow and Azrael.
Very
Furry Cow
patiently.
seems to be holding a rope in his mouth.
Oh, he wants to go for a walk.
And the other end is tied around Azrael's head.
It's walking the horse. Gotcha.
It brought the horse up onto the deck for you guys.
He's gonna go and get them. Praise the cow for being good.
As you approach and praise him, he'll drop the rope. And then we'll await, have rope tied around his head, be escorted. Which it does, and you guys begin making your way back towards the end.
Mhm.
There are a couple times where you see this couple frantic people just like stop you and ask how much for the horse.
No. He
They
will
look
try
frustrated,
to.
walk away.
He will
Like, shit.
politely as he can tell them no.
Most of the time, you get a response of, shit. Alright, don't worry about it.
Mhm.
No time. Oh no, I understand. Fair enough, fair enough. And you could assume they're scrambling because they may or may not have lied to a child if that's what they're getting. It was a horse of some sort. Don't worry, they won't get in trouble for lying in court.
He's more than willing to give horsey rides to children if it's ever mentioned.
Fair. But you eventually do get back to the end. And he's not wrong. You have that little piece of wood in your possession, and lo and behold, you're approaching the inn this time, and you do see like a little gated structure right next to the inn.
Cool. He will go and get them set up then.
You go inside. Kel doesn't follow you in.
Right.
He just sees you and the horse vanish.
He'll kind of poke his head back out. This is okay. I'll put Furry Cow away, and then you can hold on to this as long as you don't chew it. If you want to check on the animals later.
Okay. Chip?
No, not Chip. It's how you see the barn. So if we don't have it, we can't get the animals back. So you don't want to eat it or let anything happen to it, okay?
Okay.
Yes?
Okay.
Okay.
You put the animals away, and they're safe in their little place.
He's gonna give Kel a piece of wood and then go get him actual food so that he doesn't eat
Fair.
anything that he shouldn't.
You feed the cow.
I feed the Kel.
Good. Good. But yeah.
Kel's gonna come back up with like a big old plate of food or something.
Yeah. Which he does. He walks in. He heads back upstairs after, the food's brought to you guys. And you hear a thud a couple times on the low part of the door, Seraphina.
She will go get the door.
Thank you. Kel walks in holding a tray of food.
He probably got
Finally
Finally
got
got something
food.
to eat.
him and Riley, and then probably asked for them to send up stuff for the other two girls because he's afraid to bother the Moodies.
Yeah. Well, okay. So Belle's not really moody. It's more of the, oh good, I'm going to take the one that is moody because she won't say shit.
He had food sent to their room.
Sure. Yeah. It does begin to get darker outside. As the sun does begin to set. Anything happen in the evening?
I'm debating whether he would say anything just yet.
Fair.
Okay, it's good on her end. Be a moody teen.
Gonna hold off for now. He knows everybody wants to like relax, so he's gonna wait till like after the festival to talk to Riley about what he knows now.
Fair. Anything else?
I'm good here.
Nate is also good.
Cool. The sun has now set. Shortly after it sets, everybody's, getting settled in their rooms. In rapid succession, somebody knocks on each of your doors.
Nate, can you please get that?
All right.
Thank you.
And he will clamber upright and open the door.
You see the guy from downstairs again. Right, I'm sorry, I completely forgot to. Are you guys coming down for holiday breakfast in the morning?
Seraphina, are we coming down for holiday breakfast this morning?
The answer is yes.
The answer is yes.
I guess.
All right, much appreciated. Perfect. Thank you all so much.
You guys.
I
Did
will-
that happen simultaneously?
Hmm?
Did that happen simultaneously?
Yes, actually.
Came and knocked on all of our doors at the
Well-
same time, essentially.
Kind of simultaneously. Like I said, in quick succession, so like a second after each other. And he was kind of standing like in the middle of the hallway.
Okay. And Gorilla Clink gets up and opens the door. I'm going to assume yes, because I don't want those assholes to yell at me. Close this door.
I won't
Okay.
force anyone else to go, but I would love to go.
Right, I'm just going to mark down all 7 of you.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
He's gonna wait till the dude leaves and look over at Nate. You know he's just gonna extort more money out of us, right? More coin.
I mean,
That has been
it's
added
not extortion
to our,
if we get nice food, right?
It's been added to our room bill.
You could have said no. We've missed our chance now.
Oh no, we could have, but somebody yelled yes.
I just want good food.
Seraphina just wants good food.
I
It's
could
fine.
make you good food.
Well,
We'll make good food.
yes.
Do you?
Hina makes
Would
good
you rather do that?
No, he's already
No.
marked us down.
We're going to the breakfast, alright? Just relax. It's
Sorry.
fine.
Oh, it's fine. Don't start being pouty and apologizing.
Too late.
Oh, God.
Good luck with that.
Seraphina, apologize for apologizing right now.
I'm sorry.
And now I can go to bed.
So, you all settle in your nice actual beds for the evening. The next morning, the sun has barely risen when, much like last night, you hear rapid succession of knocks.
Mm.
He's not answering the door. The blanket is going straight over the head.
Oh, don't worry, I'll get it. Riley walks over to the door, opens it. Cal will actually open the door for the other room. And
Sitting
Val
there
will,
rubbing her eyes.
will open the door for your room, Drag. Or Danika.
Val will see Danika's eyebrow twitch vigorously.
Yeah, I know. Don't look at it. You'll poke your head out. And it's not the same individual. You see a gentleman wearing a kind of a forest green vest. A little red and white, like handkerchief sticking out of a pocket. Glasses. Hair pulled back nice. He just kind of looks at it all. Breakfast will be served for the next couple of hours, so feel free to join us at your leisure. Good day. And he will turn and probably make his way to the stairs.
He's very formal, doesn't he, for somebody that just works at a tavern?
You know.
This is a high-end establishment.
Apparently.
Don't worry, I didn't even tell you guys, they're 1,000 thread count sheets.
Oh my god. Pure
Yeah?
cotton pillows and everything.
Yeah.
If Nate was old Nate, he would be losing his shit. He would be like, yes. Exactly
You know what you
where I
didn't
gotta
notice
be.
when you walked in?
What?
Ritz-Carlton Bar and Grill.
Oh my god. Leo is
I'm joking.
hiding
So joking.
from the world for now. It's warm, as he explained to Seraphina.
Yeah.
Hey, question to the other doors that are open, those that can hear me. Since when was there an antler chandelier hanging in the hallway?
What now?
What?
Puts her glasses on, walks to the door to peek.
The hallway is not the same hallway you poked your head out into last night.
Nate, terribly sorry. Looks like magic's happened again.
Fuck! Every day!
Okay, what did you expect? You're on the 4th floor of a building that only looked like it had 2 stories.
Oh, I missed that! How did I miss that?
I blatantly pointed it out.
He did point it out.
It's like, for a building that only looked 2 stories, it could only probably, have like 5 or 6 rooms on the top floor. Oh yeah, by the way, we have room. Hey, we can give you the whole 4th floor.
So
Seraphina
what
is
happened
just,
here?
like, standing.
Is Nate
Nate is just like standing over Seraphina now, and like peering out into the hallway. Like, what is happening?
What's
It
happened
looks
here is
very
the
nice.
time that was mentioned was suffering from a crippling, crippling decision anxiety. Can process that.
So, you look out the door, and what you see looks nice. Maybe, depending on how you look at it. The walls don't look the normal tavern walls that you walked into. Instead, they look more like the walls of, say, like a log cabin.
He is like half asleep, rubbing an eye, just like standing in the doorway now.
Like Riley described, an antler chandelier hanging down.
Seraphina, why is the hallway different?
I just said magic.
Yeah. You know that doesn't explain anything.
It explains everything.
Why do I ask you questions?
Because, occasionally I do actually have an answer.
Alright. I'll get my sword.
Really early.
They said a couple of hours, so they're probably giving us time to wake up and get ready.
Yeah, if the new hallway doesn't kill us all.
It's not going to kill us.
Seraphina, are you not curious why it's like this at all?
I am curious. Completely. I'm fascinated. I'm also trying not to think too hard about it.
It's the wrong kind of curious he wants you to think.
Muffled in the background through the open room of Danika's room. Maybe you should try stabbing each other, see if it's a dream.
Nice try, Danika.
Was it though?
To be honest, I was kind of agreeing with her.
Mm-hmm.
Seraphina can be fascinated, I'll be horrified, and Danika can stab someone, and between the 3 of us, we'll come up with an answer.
I'm too tired to care.
Danika's just like annoyed, pushing the bridge of her nose.
Maybe let's just start by seeing if we can actually get downstairs.
We can. It's fine. I'm going to go get
He's gonna
dressed.
grab his hat and stuff, start getting ready, even though he doesn't really want to, because he is also curious what downstairs looks like now.
Oh yeah.
He's half asleep. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate's already getting all of his stuff.
Well, yeah. I mean, he's leaving his stuff there because they're probably going to stay there at least one more night if they're going to stay for a whole festival.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
stuff, I mean, like, gear.
Mm-hmm.
Seraphina's tying her hair back and is like pulling out her clothes to change from her jammies.
He'll knock on her door.
Yes!
Nate will answer.
He's just gonna hold up a very neatly folded dress.
Right. Seraphina, delivery.
Hmm.
She will wander over. Do you want me to wear it all day?
That's up to you. I need something to wake me up. I'm gonna go find something hot.
Alright. She'll take the little bundle.
Maybe put it on after the mystery of the hallway has been solved.
The mystery of the hallway is it's a hallway.
How
Nate's just
audible is that
gonna,
conversation?
Nate's just gonna pat her head and leave.
The door was still open.
Just head pat, walk out the door, close the door. He's in the hallway now.
Elle left in the middle of all that.
I think it was pretty audible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ball will see Danika pins the bridge of her nose. And I need a fucking ale.
He's gonna go downstairs.
Danika, don't start day drinking. It's a long road.
Merry
She's a
holiday
barbarian,
episode,
it's
everyone.
practically water.
You go down the stairs, and you're back on the fourth. I'm kidding.
God damn it.
Oh god,
Do it.
SCP, that
Do
one
it.
thing.
No.
Welcome to the long staircase, which is.
Excellent.
No.
But no, you make your way downstairs, and you are able to completely get down there. You know, if you stop and glance into the hallways of the other floors, they look similarly like yours, now. However, you get down to the actual tavern area, and again, it looks much different. Kind of a cobblestone/log cabin walls. There's a nice fireplace with a roaring fire. Nicely decorated as far as for the holidays. The tables, were once, square and round tables were. There's now slightly longer tables with bench seating. The same individual, as far as it came and knocked on your doors, is standing at the bar, but not behind it.
Mhm.
And there's actually no bar stools.
Interesting.
Maybe this is just for the festival?
I'm gonna get some hot cocoa or something.
Right away.
He's not a coffee drinker, is a fun fact.
No, dang.
He'll stop before he heads off. What about for the rest of you?
Coffee for me.
Alright.
Ale or literally anything spiked, I do not give a fuck.
Alright.
Irish coffee for her, gotcha.
The fuck is an Irish?
Exactly.
Me. I'm an Irish.
There's a few people. We also got a Scottish man in the voice call.
It's not
Oi!
Oh god.
Oi, what you
Not
talking
the
about?
same.
No, it's Canadian. That's more of a Canadian.
A boot.
Definitely not a Canadian.
Oh god, dang it.
Dear Lord, who else do we have here?
Don't worry about it.
He's gonna go find a booth to sit in. Something. Table.
Yeah. Nate, we'll also sit down somewhere.
Yeah.
They're waiting on
Sure.
more people, yeah? Like Seraphina and Riley are still upstairs?
Yeah, Seraphina's gonna come downstairs. She's like not completely ready for the day. She's not wearing the dress currently because she's more worried about spilling food on herself. First thing. So
You get downstairs and you're met with this sight of what the downstairs now looks like.
well, this is fascinating.
You could ask them about it.
Yep. Excuse me.
Let's say he comes by, drops off the drinks that were already ordered. One hot cocoa for you, sir. Your coffee. And honestly, we didn't know to put the alcohol in, so he will hand you a whiskey glass. And both a cup of cocoa and a cup of coffee. Just, I guess, give whichever one you don't put anything in to somebody else at the table if they want. And yes, little one.
Motions to the room. How?
Oh, well, it's the holiday.
Yes?
We do this every year.
Wonderful. I've never been here.
Fair enough. It's an enchantment. The building's on a schedule.
The whole building is... Oh!
Yes. Is
Is
that
it-
unusual?
A little. At least for taverns. And that's quite fascinating. It's just completely enchanted, or is there a mechanism, or...
Hey, don't tell him all of our secrets, Larry.
Seraphina,
What?
ask him. Ask him if there's a festival wizard.
You ask him. I am
Now
not...
it sounds stupid.
And why are you asking me to ask it?
Because when you say things, they sound smart.
How quiet is this whisper screen?
Quiet.
Huh?
Very quiet.
Yes, very quiet. But we are at the
Okay.
same table.
Are you guys looking at each other? Are you guys looking at each other when you're talking
Yes.
like this? Cool. You just see the man who has now been identified as this Larry figure that kept getting mentioned the night before. That crouches down. Sorry, are you asked? You want to know if there's a festival wizard? Sir?
Well, yes. I was curious.
Okay, I'm going to ask you a question in return. Do you want an answer, or do you want the answer we tell the children?
I want an answer.
Good. Yes, there is.
What? Oh! Why would you? Oh, you're awful. Why? Well, suppose I have something to look forward to now.
You didn't before?
Well, I'm not the one going on a date, am I?
Just gonna sink down in her.
Most of the group didn't even know that. So that's good.
Just sinking down in her seat, like, nah.
It's great. She has an off button now.
He just sips his drink casually.
Goodbye, drug.
He'll take the orders of the rest of the table. As far as what they want. Seraphina, what do you want? Since the rest of them are NPCs, actually.
Hot chocolate.
Cool. So he'll bring the other drinks.
Cool,
But as he's walking away to go collect the drinks, to be fair, you just said you wanted an answer. Never said if it was a true answer or not.
Wait, no, I want the answer you don't give to the children. Come on. You know what I meant.
It is.
What?
You just said you wanted a answer.
What answer do you give to the children? Do you tell the children there isn't one?
No, we tell them there is one. You just said you wanted an answer.
I want the true answer.
Okay, fine. Yes.
You got me again!
No,
How else do you explain this? And he kind of waves his hand, and the ceiling above you kind of grays a bit.
Sorry.
And yes, this is going to seem very familiar to people. For about a foot from the ceiling, you see snowflakes falling. They stop after about a foot.
Oh.
That's kind of cool.
Don't worry. It's on a timing loop. It'll stop in about 10 minutes.
That's so cool.
I apologize.
He'll head off.
Wet cat
Go ahead.
on me.
Oh dear.
Oh no, Pumpkin! Buddy!
Been out in the snow again.
Oh.
But Ma, I have to go potty. Not my fault there's that much snow out there.
Balls are all wet and cold.
Oh.
Okay. I love you, but down. Down, no down.
No dang.
He like... But yeah. Like I say, he'll walk away, grab the drinks, bring them back. And, you notice he hasn't brought any food yet. Or asked about food. And you see him back in his position as far as staying at the bar.
Leo's still waking up. I don't think he'd be the one to ask.
Fair. Other people from rooms and stuff have started to file down. And he met the guy at the front had mentioned the night before that there were still plenty of rooms. Only another good quarter of the room gets filled. Who does it? Who turns? Who turns to ask?
Danika will ask nothing, but she might look over curiously.
Okay. You look over curiously.
Indubitably.
And shortly after you do, he motions towards the counter of the bar. And starting from one end of the bar and just going down the line, food begins to appear.
Oh, that's cool.
Go get your breakfast.
Does anybody else want anything?
I'll be over there eventually.
One end has plates, silverware, and napkins. And then there's a line of food.
Yeah. Halfling gonna
Continental breakfast,
halfling.
bitches.
Halfling gonna halfling.
Yeah, Nate is also going straight over there.
Non-halfling is going to halfling.
Yes.
Danika will be over there eventually.
Fair.
If Seraphina sees like a sweet something or other, she's also gonna grab that and bring it over for Leo.
I'm gonna be as blunt as possible. This is holiday breakfast.
Perfect.
There is sweet somewhere in something.
Some like little cinnamon roll or something like that. Or
Don't endorse his bad habits of only consuming alcohol and sweet things.
You know, I'll make it even worse. I'll make
Oh,
it even
boy.
worse here. It's a cinnamon roll that has been cooked like French toast.
Oh,
Ooh.
that sounds so good right now. I'm so hungry.
Oh.
It sounds delicious.
She will come back over with her like full plate and then slide a plate at Leo and then climb into her seat.
Thanks.
In front of you is what I described with powdered sugar and
He's trying
little
to hide
specks of cinnamon.
the little bit of embarrassment that she just brought him food.
You know.
He's the one that takes care of people. He's not used to that.
Now here's where I'm gonna ask a funny question.
Uh-oh.
Does anyone look at Riley during that?
I think he's too focused on what he's doing, and like the plate's
Cool.
trying to hide it from Seraphina.
Mm-hmm.
She does not care whatever Riley is doing right now.
Oh, Jesus.
Cool. It's nothing bad. That's the funny part. Anybody that does, you would see him leaning on his hand and giving a big shit-eating grin looking down that way. He is entertained. Because both of them have been embarrassed this morning.
I am concerned.
I am
Good.
too. I'm gonna be real because, yeah.
Good.
Ah. Food is consumeth.
He will
Santa Demon's coming to town.
happily, subtly eat his food.
Fair. Shortly after you guys start eating, he'll go around and check, is everything good, that sort of thing. I'm assuming everyone will tell him probably yes, because the food is actually really fucking.
Mm-hmm.
This doesn't say anything negative about it, as she has claimed for her a plate of French toast. I mean,
Jesus
French
Christ.
toast.
Well, there you go. Don't worry, there's also Swedish toast.
Yeah,
Oh, my word.
toast. Sorry.
It's just bread. It's just bread.
Just bread.
But no, as, you all finish your food and stuff, the other people begin leaving their thing. One moment. Just so you're aware, I know not everyone was happy about the raise in price for the holidays. So, I would like to let you all know that these will not be added to your rooms this year.
Now it's Nate's turn to give Leo a shit-eating grin.
I had no problem paying for it.
Bec-
To be fair. He already said that
Because-
when he walked in.
Oh yeah. Well, no, the rooms are still 2 gold each,
Yeah.
but the meal isn't going to be added to it.
The meal is free.
Yeah, Leo has no problem with paying for it. He was just making a joke.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, because this year we actually had a benefactor come through and, well, paid for the holiday food for most of the taverns in the city.
Was it the festival wizard?
Nate.
I'm going to give you an answer you'll never expect. No.
Nah. It was a good guess.
Not this year, anyways.
Oh, that was nice of them.
Mhm.
He might still be in town. I know he said he had important business to take care of elsewhere. So, we shall see.
Who was this mysterious benefactor?
But he wouldn't be mysterious if we knew, would we?
So he was anonymous as well.
Indeed.
Well, I suppose that's a nice thing to do. Nice for the festival season. Honestly, it's just nice for us to get pleasant surprises for one.
True.
Pardon me, we have a bit of cleanup to do. So, you all know your ways to your rooms, outside. Enjoy the festival. More... The more of the festivities will be more inland, closer to the Capitol building and such. Mostly because they can afford to put the larger ones out there. However, you'll still find some quaint and small ones spread throughout the town.
Alright.
Enjoy yourselves.
Thank you. I will be right back. And she's going to slip out and run back upstairs to go change.
Plate that was her pile is just empty.
Yep.
Danika has decided to drink the hot cocoa before spiking her coffee.
Just picture at
And
one
now
point we look over and she's just pouring the whiskey into the coffee. Like,
Yep.
You guys get on me for drinking. Why is she allowed to drink early in the morning?
Yeah, I was already on her about it. She just didn't listen. Something barbarian.
What that's supposed to mean. Audible sipping noise.
Oh, right. You, sir. Leo, is it?
Mm-hmm.
You get handed a card.
Uh.
This came for you. Strange gentleman. Don't know, very strange. That's all I'm going to say.
Concerning.
He said to tell you... Read the card. And he'll just turn and walk away.
Who the hell knew I was coming back here?
Because someone is keeping tabs on you.
Ash. A lot of people are, apparently.
Well, we won't know until you read it. Could be the usual suspects.
He'll open it and take a look.
You open it, and simply, written on the card, just says, check your pocket.
He blinks. And he'll kind of reach into his pockets to see what he, I guess, finds?
A small box.
The hell? Okay, now I'm as confused as Nate about the magic shit here.
You open it.
I really want to be the one to try our luck this morning.
He'll open the box.
First thing you see is a folded up piece of paper on top of it's a thin piece of paper, kind of like like the tissue paper you shove in bags.
Mm-hmm.
Except it's not as see-through, so you can't see what's under it. But like I said, you see a folded up piece of paper on top of that first.
Kind of take that off. See what's under it.
Okay. You see a singular bullet.
Tilts his head. He's gonna look at the paper. Does it say anything?
Unless he reads it out loud, I'm going to type it out to you really quick.
Oh dear. Concerning. Oh, interesting gift. Nah, it's fine, it's fire.
There we go.
How does he react to this? I need to make a roll. Don't mind me. He's just going to fold it up and put it away. Actually, and put the thing away.
Okay.
for you in case things. Anyways,
Perfect.
he doesn't say anything about it.
Okay. God. Sorry, I just happened to pick up my phone as a fucking ice cube. But yeah. You know what?
Seraphina wasn't down here, but I'm guessing no one's asking about it.
Nope.
Danika doesn't.
Because somebody else is slightly distracted.
Hmm.
As you see, as you were looking at that, slightly distracted, if you glance up, you'll see Riley reading a small note.
He might ask questions later.
And you just see a sad smile across his mouth.
Wait a moment. Nate's gonna check his pockets.
Cool.
Is there anything in there?
No. I'm kidding, there is.
What's in there?
Same as Leo, you reach in, you find a box.
He'll take the box out and open it.
There's another box.
He'll open the next box.
There's another box.
Okay. He's just gonna start handing Leo discarded boxes until he gets to the central box.
Give me a second, I have to make sure I get this right.
Every time, like, Nate puts one across the table, he just flicks it back.
Okay.
How many boxes did yours come in, Leo?
One.
You open your last box, and there is a piece of paper on top of, again, a thin piece of paper that you can't see through.
Okay. He's gonna start by reading the piece of paper.
This one I'm going to say out loud. And it is simply, you've earned this for having the patience to go through all the other boxes.
Okay, he's gonna look at what's in there.
I need you to mark down on Nate's sheet that he now is in possession of a ring of protection. Inside the box, you see a ring with the face of it kind of almost looks like a shield.
What's his bullet do? You'll have to send that to me.
That I actually do not have written down fully, but I do have an idea of what it does.
Okay.
So I can actually start typing up real quick. Danika, you feel something pulse into your head.
Hmm.
You know you should probably check yours as well.
Yeah. Clear into weave. We're talking pocket, right? Or bag?
Yes.
She will check her pockets.
You find a box.
So was the head voice familiar at all?
Oh yeah, it was Sword
Okay.
Friend.
Okay. She will look at the box.
Your box
Inside
does
the
not have
box.
a box inside of a box.
Damn it.
Inside of your box is another piece of paper. Same thing as far as thin piece of paper under. Yeah.
Mhm. Does this paper bear any strange markings?
Nope.
She will look at it very
Oh, shit.
It ate me again, didn't it?
No, it ate me this time.
It also
It ain't
ate
everybody.
me.
Oh.
Even though I think tabletop might be having problems.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, because it booted me.
Could have been a Steam hiccup, too.
Very possible.
I blame tabletop. I have total faith in Gaben.
That's your first mistake.
So you want the good news or the bad news?
Hmm.
Apparently there was no autosave that entire time.
You probably had yours off.
I think I did.
Because the max you can set it to is, or sorry, yeah, it's like 5 minutes or something. Or 15 minutes, sorry. So if it didn't save it all, you have it off.
I don't know why I reacted with like a no. I reacted like we have to now replay the last 3 hours of Dungeons and Dragons. Like that's not how it works.
No, it's not like other games. That's not how it works at all.
What is that under, by the way?
That fighting that one lady cost us 5 days.
Like, game setting stuff.
It's in the game setting. Okay, cool.
I can't look because I'm not in a game.
I got it.
Like your user shit and all that, or whatever, I think, or what. I can't tell you how to find it without looking myself. Because they have like 100 goddamn options for some reason.
It's a lot of options.
Never enough.
It's too many for what the fact that they don't update this anymore.
It's probably because you can play so many different games with the engine. I always wanted to play Warhammer, but never set it up. I think it'd be fun. But now I have Darktide.
You know, Warhammer is one of those ones I would play. The problem is the only reason I would play it is like I saw that one trailer for Adeptus Mechanicus and that fucking monologue is stuck in my brain.
I was the same. I saw a trailer for the Demon Hunters game they made, which isn't the kind of game that I like, but I got hooked on the Grey Knights, and I was just like, wow, this is just the coolest shit I've ever seen in my life. And then I tried to read into the Warhammer game, and it's like the most complicated, difficult thing. It's like, yes, you just need to invest like $250 and then spend like 18 hours painting miniatures. And then one session runs for 4 hours.
Paint each and every Warhammer mini.
That is like a thing, yeah. But I mean, people make its own. They make that its own hobby, so it's fun. It's just like it was daunting. Yeah. That's why when I saw I saw it on tabletop, I was like, oh, shortcuts. Hooray.
Yeah, that's just cheating, but I love it.
It's not cheating.
True. It's called life hacks.
It is. The legality is dubious, but the fun is real.
I see nothing that my NSA agent actively watching me is recording.
Oh my goodness,
And the world is like, flat, you people who still believe that. Unless it offended you in some way, in which case I apologize, the world is not flat.
Drag, stop before you actually upset someone.
So you're
The last thing we need is for that community to be upset with us.
Yeah, true. They have members around the globe.
I like the idea that the agents use like Screencast-O-Matic and like unregistered Hypercam too, so all their footage is like watermarked and like 240p.
Would be beautiful.
No, it's Bandicam.
Yeah, Bandicam.
Bandicam, yeah.
Does Seraphina ever come back downstairs?
Yes.
What was in Danika's thing?
So in Danika's thing is a going to describe this item because there is a... No, I don't need to describe. So on the paper first it says, now he can't find you as easily.
Excellent. That'd be great
And
if I could
there
read
is
that.
a small little pendant on the end of a chain. Marked down an amulet of non-detection.
Sweet. She's going to pocket the amulet while being very confused. Who would be
Seated
sitting
in the
there?
amulet is a purple gemstone.
Nice. Who is sitting near Danika at this moment?
I don't know. We're kind of all around right now. We didn't really
Yeah.
specify who is where.
Yeah, it was never really decided.
Mhm.
The only thing that was for sure was these two were sitting next to each other.
No, we
Right.
never actually established
No,
that either.
yeah.
She was actually
Yeah.
across from me in the original setup.
Mm-hmm.
Same with Riley and Nate and stuff. And
Oh, I'm so confused. I thought Riley and Leo were next to each other. We were all imagining this differently.
It was a whole booth
Wait,
set up.
let's
It was
just
just
let's
a
just
thing.
set up where we are so that Danika's question is valid. How about that?
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Seraphina is sitting on the outside somewhere. She's not even there.
Put him there.
And then, yeah, yeah. There we go. That makes sense.
I can't imagine we're sitting at like a huge table. So
Yeah. That's how that would have been. Seraphina's upstairs and is working on coming downstairs.
There we go.
Yeah, before, in which case, before Seraphina comes back downstairs, she's gonna hand that slip of paper over to Leo. Quietly say, what the fuck does this say?
Oh, right.
he's gonna look at it. Now he can't find you as easily. I think that's what it said. Right?
Doesn't have the gist yet. Pretty close to exact. I don't remember exact, but that's pretty close. But
Yeah, I'm double checking with the DM to make sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Now he won't find you as easily.
Right. Take another swig of her coffee. Magic is bullshit, I guess. I forget, is that thing attunement or no?
I don't think he specified.
Oh. Jamboard question for you.
Okay?
Yes, sorry, I'm typing something.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
Try again.
That necklace, is it attunement?
Let me see. So before I type that in, Nate, mark down yours as attunement.
Okay.
Yours is as well. Fun fact,
Okay.
it's not actually called the Amulet of Non-Detection, but that's what it's called in mine.
Hmm.
Amulet of Proof Against Detection and Location.
Yeah, I don't. In non-detection, there is a version that is called that. It does the same thing, though.
Yeah.
Also much fucking easier to type.
Mm-hmm.
A little star to show that I'm actively attuned to that. Cool. Holy shit, I'm not attuned to literally anything else? Huh.
You
No.
know?
We haven't gotten, like, magic items for that.
Yeah.
Seraphina,
I just-
by the way.
Yes.
You have not come downstairs yet.
Bucky.
Were you going upstairs to put on the dress?
Yeah, she was going upstairs to change.
Cool. You pick up the dress to go to put it on, and you see a box. underneath it.
He better not have, and she'll open it.
Same description, piece of paper on top of.
He
Mm-hmm.
he technically didn't. I don't know if he's gonna
Yeah.
get blamed for this anyways.
Yeah,
She'll
right?
read the paper.
Control is hard to come by. You'll know it when you need it. And inside is like it's just a pocket watch.
You can't blame him. He only ever gave her the dress and went straight downstairs. How would he have gotten it in her room?
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, she's a little confused because, like, both the wording and just, like, the gift in of itself, she's like, ah.
What you're going to mark down, Aspire,
Ah.
is... Make sure I get the wording of this one right. Because this one is more of a... controlled magic.
Controlled magic?
Once per long rest, it will nullify something that is rolled on the wild magic tape
Cool. Can you
if you choose to use it.
Can you send that to
I
me?
will once I finish typing up the other thing.
Yep, that's fine. Ah. She will flip that into her things and then get changed. Before she completely gets downstairs, she is going to freaking mentally connect down to Nate.
Wait, what?
Not a freaking word. I don't want to hear a freaking word from you. Do you understand?
Why are you saying this? Shouldn't you be saying this to Leo?
No, it is you I'm concerned about.
I'm sorry, why is it me you're concerned about?
Because he asked me to wear this, and so I am expecting him to say things. That's understandable. Don't say a gosh darn thing. If you make me embarrassed, I will shock you.
You're already going to be embarrassed because of the things Leo is going to say. I don't see what difference I
I
make.
don't need you adding on to it. Please.
All right.
Also, I just need to point out to you guys, you know how hard it is to type when your fingers are ice cubes?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She will then come down. She has taken her hair out and is actually, like, semi-brushed, mostly, and everything like that. Her hair
How
is
many
hardly
owls were
Tin
there?
Man. Huh?
How many owls were there?
No owls,
No,
thankfully.
owls.
Owies.
Owls.
Oh, owies. Several.
Yeah.
And then she is wearing the dress that Leo had altered for her.
He doesn't say anything, but he is looking at her and just kind of smiling.
Right.
Just casually walks down all prettied up for no reason.
Yeah. Just slips back into her seat.
Well, I think, as much as our little gifts in our pockets have been a delight, we have a date.
Everyone else got something too.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently.
Don't worry about what the other NPCs got. I'll figure that one out at some other time.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make me come up with more ideas on the fly.
we go, darling? We can ask about that later.
already read and trying really hard to, like, she wants to look up but is not, and she's just gonna get up.
You two have fun.
Trying not to tense, is trying to remain as relaxed as humanly possible, and is leaving.
Just gonna smile, wave, and start walking.
Yeah.
Gonna take his little date off. And leave you all alone at the table.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
I'm just very concerned.
Well, I'll be honest, I didn't expect them to abandon us until the evening, so it looks like we have more time to work with than I thought.
See this one poke her head up from the chair.
Ah, yes, the alarm beacon.
The alarm beacon with a mimic on her back. They're playing peekaboo at the table.
Beans has crawled across the table, and it's actually any little scraps that Seraphina left on her plate.
There were none. She
Probably-
cleaned it. Clean
probably-
plate club.
Leo's probably had like a little bit left on it.
Then Beans would have crawled across.
That's kind of what she's doing. She's just slowly like peeking up, takes a piece of food, and hides back under the
They're
table.
like they're both like taking pieces and just nibbling on it.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
Huh. So what do you guys do first?
Oh, are we actually gonna try to do it, scram it in right now?
You know what?
It's already midnight.
No,
Like,
I want to see how this.
if
I want to see
you-
how this unfolds in time. Not.
Yeah, I was gonna say this was. It took us so long to even get to the festival part. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see how this unfolds because there's going to be some fun happening.
I'm really concerned because Riley didn't know the date was happening, and then it got blurted out at the table, and now I'm worried.
It did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm worried.
That's why
I
Leo
wasn't-
hasn't commented whenever Riley says anything or it's been mentioned.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Nate not thinking twice.
Hell no.
Why would he? He doesn't, like, Seraphina's not jealous. She's got no issues with
To be
Riley.
fair, all Leo has told Nate was he had said something to Riley, but he never went into detail of how that went.
Look, Nate's not that worried. Like, Seraphina doesn't have anything to worry about. She's the one going on a date. Riley seems pretty chill to Nate, so everything is fine. And also, even if everything was terrible, he leaked it
I
like
just want to
20
point
minutes
out,
before it happened.
You
It's
are
fine.
forgetting both Seraphina and Riley are sorcerers. Guess what? Charisma is their stat, and deception is typically a stat most sorcerers take.
Oh, Riley would never lie to Nate to take advantage
And
of
just so
him.
you know, Nate, Riley is like between 4 and 6 levels above you guys.
Riley would never. He has no reason to lie.
He has so many reasons.
No. No. Nate
mean, to be
is cynical
fair,
about so much. Just let
no
him be
one-
naive about this.
Because this wasn't mentioned, nobody agreed to stay with you, Nate. People could go off and just disappear now.
That's true, but like, I don't know, you say that like Nate can't just spend a day in the city on his own. That's fine. He'll be okay.
Oh, gods.
Sure.
Leo, our date's getting crashed.
Only by coincidence.
Hmm. Hmm.
Look, there's Solo cold chill.
Festival time. Next time.
Bingo. This is where the fun actually begins fully.
Oh god. We'll have to see if there's
Enjoy the small
anything that
gifts.
happens in the background too.
Enjoy the small gifts.
Yeah,
Party gifts.
Best gift Nate has ever gotten, to be honest.
Yeah.
Slightly lower chance of death.
Slightly lower chance of death. We do love that. We do love a slightly lower chance of death.
I have to decide who Felicity's gonna go with. Will it follow the hamster?
Oh dear.
They could just have their own little adventure.
They've become good friends, man.
That's fair.
So is the mimic. The mimic's also like occasionally slurping food.
Yeah.
The three of them could just go on their own little quest.
Oh god. I don't trust that. Because one, a pseudo-dragon is considered like a rare exotic pet. Let's not let it
Yeah.
wander the city alone.
She's smart, she'll be
No.
fine. And it's the three
No.
of them together. It'll be like Ratatouille or something.
my
Oh
gosh.
god.
Anyways, thank you, stream.
Yee, thanks guys.
Good night.
Bye.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.